Alright, folks, welcome back. It is day 121 with Duolingo Japanese. Once again, MAKU desu. Konnichiwa. Yokoso. So, I'm gonna be doing something a little bit different today, but before we do that, practice our total recall for Unit 23. Yeah, and then splash in Unit 22, right? 22 was health. So let's work on it. Being negative Nancy's once again. Let's actually change up the color. New color. How about well, kind of like orangey? Yeah. That seems nice. Alright. So oh. Why does that feel Oh, wait. Sorry. I accidentally hit the transparency. There we go. Alright. So, Unit 23, right? We concluded Unit 23 yesterday. So let's write some Japanese. So, Warui, right? Warui. Uzui. Why am I drawing a blank on? Oh. Dukui? That doesn't sound right. Oh, no. It's Wait, that doesn't sound right either. Wait. Hold up. I think I might have gotten them mixed up. It's Usui. And it might come to me if we do something else for now. Usui is thin. Bad. Thin. Oh. Oh. Nurui, right? Nurui. Lukewarm. Okay, those are our three. They were introduced, all of them were introduced in the past tense first. So speaking of past tense, is that new? That's not really new. The one new one is right. This is a grammar point. I feel this is a grammar point. Janakatta. Janakatta deals with the past negative non-adjectives. And also had a very specific example. Hey, thanks. Thank you, thank you. And we have the oh man, that E could be big. That top portion could be fatter, huh? Girthier. We need more girth. Rewrite this whole thing. Right. Right. So this is a grammar point. I don't know if they're gonna make it into a grammar point, but kaeri takata, right? Kaeri takata, which is taking the Thai form and making it into the past tense. And the only example in this unit was I wanted to go back, like hayaku, right? Hayaku kaeri takata desu, right? Just I wanted to go back early. So that's the 2 grammar points, like the big grammar points. And they only used it for kairu. I kinda sorta still dread this. I secretly were walking around yesterday doing like kata, takata, takata, taka. So then you get like janakata. Yeah, you know, it gets a little useful when you start breaking it down. Right? Kairi takata. I'm not going to attempt the atata atatakakata. Atatakakata. Heckin' indie. Using the past tense of atatakai. We'll come back to that in the future. Okay. Let's see. Let's throw in some vocabulary now from the hotel thing. Of course, we have to acknowledge the big C, right? Not that big C, the other, the big K, I guess. Or the big G? Wait. What do you even... I guess the big G? So, gokiburi. Gokiburi. Gomi. Gotta think of all the negative stuff. Oops. Stroke order. Dokai. Right? Dokai. These aren't negative words, just the kanji. Kanji we're responsible for. Ugh, they could be closer. Nishi. Is there anything else? Oh, I know why they introduced Nishi and Yokaka at the same time. Wait. Was there a stroke on the bottom? Oh yeah, there was a stroke on the bottom. Right? Wait. Yeah. I missed a stroke. Yeah. That's kind of humorous because Yon although the stroke order doesn't create yon, the shape overall creates yon on the bottom. They didn't have to introduce 4 days long. It was arbitrary. I see you, Duolingo. I see you. Right. Yo, kakan. That it. Nishi no kai yo kakan. I think that's about it. Now that we got that out, what are stuff? This kind of deserves a grammar point too. Hokano, hokano, like other. I added no to as a modifier. So hokano. Right, beta. It's kind of squished. Fine. Kind of squished. Don't like your things sticky, you know? I still protest this katakana word. It takes a bit. Yeah. Right? Shire. Shiri. Oh no, that's shire. Wait. It's... Ooh. Save me. Yeah. Shiriaru. Yeah, right. Shiriaru. Or cereal. I don't know the katakana word. Well, it's interesting that lately we have had fewer and fewer of them. Kind of a nice palate cleanser. Or like a mix-up. Let's see. This is just thrown out there. Kokoku? Add. Oh, we do have another katakana word. I forgot this one yesterday. Cotton. Toire. Can't forget toire. It basically looks like a toilet bowl. Hmm. Three, 6, 3, 6, 9, 12, 13, 14, 15. I think we can get two or three more. Something else. Right? Ugh. It's so hard to go all the way to the left side of the tablet. Okay. Yeah, yeah. Maybe like this. Shampoo. This one's a question mark. Okay. We'll leave it at that. Question mark. Slight question mark. Hello there, Silver. Hello, hello. So, shampoo. Yeah, that's definitely a question mark right there. Let's see. Hotel, hotel, hotel. Right. Shinsetsu. Shishin. Oh, right. Kudamono. Fruits. Kudamono. Oh, wait. This is also... Yeah, this is probably also the unit we got. Asagohan. Because hotels, breakfast, right? Asagohan. Things to complain about. Curtains, toilet, shampoo, breakfast, roots, sticky, other people, being high up, wanting to go home, things that aren't, lots of aren't, trash, cockroaches. Yeah, I think that's good enough. All right, let's go to unit 22, which is about health. to really get more aggressive with the bottom. Yeah, like that. Atama. Meh. Kubi. Ude. Man, my B was not great. Ude. So head, eyes, neck, and arms, right? We have others like kuchi, kuchi, mimi, kao, the face, kao. Ashi, leg. I don't think we have. No. Oh, that's it. There's hana as well. Hana, the nose. Okay. Let's talk about bad things you could have. The old one, netsu, a fever, right? That's awful. Do it again. Aze. Cold. Kizu. Yeah, kizu. Cuts. Or a cut. Cuts. Storesu. Whoops. Sturesto. Right. Storesu. Storesu. Those are 3 afflictions, right? Yeah. And then things that could happen. Let's see. Ugh. Ugh. Sorry. Orobu. To fall down. Oops. Utsu. To hit. Like hit your head, something like that. Utsu. This is kind of a phrase right now. That could be better. There's almost there's almost so much I can tolerate. Oh there, you. Hmm. Okay. Oh there, Millie. So we have yoyaku o ireru, right? Ireru. Make an appointment. It's kind of a phrase at the moment. Naoru, to recover. Hey, Taxka. Yes. Seth. Hello, guys. Deepos. Naoru. Are all those like the words about health? We have others. Make an appointment. Fall, hit, recover. Hiku for catch. Kaze o hiku. Okay. Ooh, that went upwards. That was weird. And please. Oh my goodness. So, itai. Hurt. Have I watched Jujutsu Kaisen? I have. I recently watched the movie in the second season, actually. Recently, within the month. Itai. Let's see. Hurt, right? Hurt. Hurts. Some expressions like insert day. Add it with kata. Kata to say sense the day, sense something. So like suiyobi kata, sense Wednesday kind of thing. With this sacred treasure, yeah, alright. Yeah. Jujutsu Kaisen, sure. Let's see. What else you can say? It's kind of like you have to imagine yourself talking to a doctor or trying to explain something. Oh, wait. No, no. Let's use other grammar points. Other grammar points. Like, oops. Row quarter. Otondo. And shibaraku, shibaraku, shibaraku. Chanto. I mean, chanto, yeah. These are, that's actually old. But this one was also used slightly differently. This one, choto. Oh, there is a grammar point over here for mo in the negation. A couple with negation or a negative sentiment. A negative statement. Mo in the negative statement. Yes, Taxka, hello again. 3, 6, 7, 10, 12, 15. Only 15. We can do better than that. Oh, another one. Another predicate. Nuru. Just spread or apply. Like kusuri, kusuri o nuru. Apply medicine, right? Got two more things. We have different types of medicine. Oh, we totally forgot about location. MAKU. Yeah. Nope, that's not it. Kuriniku. Kuriniku. And ugh. My hand's so unsteady today. Yakyoku. Yeah. Yakyoku. Or pharmacy, and then kuriniku. Self-explanatory. We have others like byoin, hospital. From prior. Hey, this is good enough. All right. Good enough for our review, our total recall. All right. So today is different. Oh, there, Minecraft player with lots of random numbers. All right. So today we're starting our review since we have what, 5 days of super left, including today. And it'll set us up for the review for 126. 你的水和茶 so cow. Thanks. I don't have tea. It would be nice to have tea. 你的水和茶 It's going pretty well. How are you, SoCal? It's been a while. Okay, so today we are going to do our SRS for our review, because in another 5 days I have to do a review, a tentative talk. So I'm gonna spend these couple this time in Duolingo Japanese to collect my thoughts while reviewing all the stuff. So we're gonna go back to section 2, finish off section 2. Basically, when I review, I'm going through and legending everything, right? As a way to get my SRS back. And our next big tentative talk is covering... It's actually very few, so I won't have to do anything new for review. We have unit 16 all the way to, not that much, 23. So what is that? 8? That's 8 units. And 8 units isn't too bad. Previously, I have been covering about this, no, a little over, more than that, like 10, maybe 10 to 13. It might have been, 15, sorry, 15. So 13 to 15 units. So 8 wouldn't be too bad. Largely because we have half days now, because after in another 9 days, in another 9 days, I have to do a review of Mandarin, which involves probably recalling over 130 Hanzi. So that will take a little bit. So we're separating. Our review for day 126 won't be as big, which is kind of nice because I will be able to talk about, like, I don't know, random topics, thoughts, and whatnot. It's going well. Can't complain, huh? I am well, thanks. Yeah. What's my longest going streak is how many days I've been streaming Duolingo. So it's 121. Like, I hadn't started using Duolingo until 121 days ago. Yes. Alright. Okay. Alright, let's review. And we're using keyboards now. So when we do these things, we're doing keyboard reviews. And I have to go over all the kanji myself sometime. We still have to write all the kanji, right? Write all the kana and all the kanji as the warm-up exercise. So where are we at on kanji? I think it's about, I'm gonna say maybe 100. Maybe 100 kanji. And then of the 100 kanji, there's probably like 210 use cases for all the unique kanji. Interestingly enough, we already passed, if we're talking about unique character, like the kanji characters, we've already passed that point in Hanzi. Okay, alright. Alright. Time for some keyboard fun. And it's gonna be pretty chill today because we're reviewing stuff. Okay. Oh, this stuff is gonna be fun. Seeing the hiragana versions, the hiragana reads for kanji we've gotten used to. So, skurimasu. Oh, I recognize some radicals from Mandarin, actually. Skurimasu. I didn't expect the biggest challenge for you learning a little Chinese is trying to type it in English. Domaji spoke you. Yeah. Wait, so how do you type it? Is the IME using pinyin? Do you just type pinyin? Because I would do that. I would just type the pinyin, add the number, and then go at it. Yeah, just type the 2 to 3. I mean, sometimes 4. You know, the initial final, then hit the number for the tone, and then keep going that way. I haven't started keyboard input yet. That's not until a little bit later. Right. I don't want to rush that. But kakimasu. Here's kakimasu.
今日4時間野球をします。
Alright, listen. Okay. What do we have?
今日4時間野球をします。
Whoops. Okay. Randomly got recommended a YouTube VOD earlier today. Do you actually only do Duolingo? No other type of input? I do a lot of type of input, but I only stream Duolingo. Or I only stream when I'm using Duolingo at the moment. I type the English sound, then I hit the number, but I don't know all the romanization norms, so hard. Oh, okay, so the pinyin is not... Yeah. I've been doing both, staggering. So I do the pinyin right before the Hanzi. So now all the pinyin is attached to the Hanzi, as opposed to thinking about the English, right? The English thing. So nowadays, I can see my transition to keyboard a little bit smoother because of that. Although when you type, Duolingo does pinyin and Hanzi. How many hours of language learning? So I do language learning for Duolingo. Duolingo is my only version of SRS. So for Duolingo, SRS, like the actual learning SRS part, 8 hours probably, like 4 to 8 hours. And it's split between Japanese and Mandarin, so it's 4 each, with a slight break in the middle. And then outside of Duolingo, different forms of input I'm not learning, but I do some comprehensible input. So comprehensible input would be something like vlogging and grade readers, vlogs and grade readers. And those vlogs can be podcasts, or they can be like things like interviews and whatnot. And then for immersion, which is not language learning, because immersion you're taking it in most of the time, but it is a form of input. TV shows, whatever suits my fancy. It is worth noting that I'm not doing it because I'm studying Japanese and Chinese. Like the stuff that I do for input and immersion outside of SRS is something I already do most of my life. So it's not like I'm going out of my way to watch anime or read manga. Actually, the vlogs and podcast thing in different languages, that's also not something I started doing because I started learning Japanese or Chinese. It's something I have already done. I'm multicultural, so I consume content in multiple languages by default. I don't generally only watch English things for the most part. I like Chinese film, Chinese like cinema, cop dramas, and then I really like the Japanese culture as well. Started with the Sega Genesis when I was 5 years old, and the rest is history. So largely, learning language is something I'm adding to my life, as opposed to it's inspiring me to do something I don't typically do. So I already have a ton of input. Now the input just is a lot more meaningful. Now I have another reason to watch anime differently and watch other things differently. I start thinking about the language itself while I'm consuming them. I know that can be a little bit different perspective for other people. Some people say like, oh, I'm learning language in order to consume something differently. I see it more like I already consume those things, and adding language comprehension is something additional to it. Personally, 2+ years into Japanese, I can't go back to watching anime for fun, kind of twisted. Yeah, that's pretty much what I mean. My perspective is probably the opposite of it, right? Anime, manga, and stuff are even more fun now than they ever have. And learning is something fun to me. So if you're not working hard, then for me personally, if you're not working harder, you're not capturing more meaning from the activity, right? Kind of like watching anime passively for many years and not acquiring the language. So I can even more rigorously watch anime while stacking on more things I can take from the anime, right? So fun and effort is one and the same for myself.
今日4時間野球をします。
It's part of my life.
今日4時間野球をします。
That is how you spell that. Huh. Neat.
今日のバレエのレッスンは9時までです。明
One of
日
the
のレッスンは7時に終わります。
Alright, you need to calm down. One of the best quotes I heard was, "Don't be a weenie. Watch anime with no subtitles." Actually, was a huge tip, not just a meme. Interesting. This is probably unsolicited advice. For me, I say do the opposite. Don't be a weenie and stop looking at the subtitles when it's in front of you. I actually talked about this yesterday. Like, if you have to take something away and you don't have the discipline to ignore it, then you're a weenie. You don't have discipline. I'm just kidding, obviously. I'm memeing. Do what you can with the discipline you have. For example, some people can't stand subtitles on their screen. Discipline. So do what makes you happy, right? If you can't help but get distracted by subtitles, don't be a weenie. Get rid of it. If it doesn't distract you and you can use it whenever it's leveraged, then use it. Skill issue, right? So for me, I watch English shows with English subtitles, right? And when I'm watching anime, if I know for a fact that anime is way beyond my comprehensibility levels, which I check a lot of times, I leave the subtitles on and I glance through the subtitles instead of pausing and going back and researching them. So you watch it, you look down when you're in trouble, and you look back up. Look down, look back up. And I make mental note of how often I do it. And then over time, when I watch it again, if my frequency goes down, then I have the choice of doing it. So it's kind of like right now, I could read the sentence and I can choose to translate it or just leave it in Japanese in my head. The idea is, do you have the discipline to do so? If you do not, it's often very pragmatic to remove it. It's kind of like you go to your kitchen and you see your favorite snack on the table. Is that enough to cause you to cheat and ruin your fitness goals for the day? If it is, get rid of it. Throw it out. It's like that can work for people. I choose to see the snack, process and understand when and where I want the snack and how it relates to my target. And then I choose to eat it and then adapt, or choose not to eat it and continue my schedule discipline. So Not really a meme, definitely. It's great advice for those who want pragmatic ways of enforcing patterns that can be sustainable. And in the future, you can put those subtitles there and it won't bother you anymore, right? Because you learned how to enjoy the content with or without the subtitles. So now you get to choose. So every once in a while, I don't have English subtitles on for my English programming, and sometimes I do. When I'm really, really active, I like to see the English being written. It helps me spell, compose dialogue. So when I write and stuff and do dialogue, it helps me orient what dialogue looks like in English. Right. So you're writing something and you're trying to wonder, like, what does dialogue look like on a piece of paper in your native language? Well, you probably think like, yeah, this is kind of hard because I haven't been looking at dialogue on a piece of paper or on a screen. So it's kind of like that, where sometimes I like consuming my Japanese things with Japanese subtitles. I know what the Japanese looks like while hearing them talk, right? Dialogue on paper is different from written grammar and storytelling on paper. That goes the same with all your native languages and common languages. Oh yeah, subtitles bleed into my normal stuff, so even English, I leave them on these days. Yeah, I enjoy that. So meme aside, right? Super meme aside and all that, I think mixing and matching, if you can take more things in all at once, go for it, which is what I tend to do. I push the envelope. So if it takes me a lot of effort to ignore the subtitles, then I'll just do it when I can. If it's easier to remove the subtitles and not be tempted to look at the subtitles, so you can keep focusing on the thing, that definitely works too. Sometimes if you have, like, say, an attention deficit, oftentimes putting a stimuli on the screen that you have to constantly focus on ignoring can focus yourself. So I always do these SRS with lo-fi music in the background, and I'm not paying attention to the lo-fi music. That's kind of what subtitles are for me when I'm trying to discipline myself to focusing on something. However, that subtitle can get in the way as well. So I do feel that you gotta try both ways, see what happens, right? Sometimes it takes a lot of strength and it takes a different skill set to ignore something that's in front of you versus removing it. So it's kind of an interesting thought experiment task. In anime, for really complicated anime, I have English subtitles. And then for anime that I feel, yeah, it's probably going to be pretty interesting or like pretty comprehensible, I remove the subtitles. So the one thing I gain from this is I don't stop doing my regular lifestyle. Like, I don't say like, oh, I can't watch this anime because now I can't watch it without subtitles yet, and it ruins your lifestyle, right? So you start changing your lifestyle undesirably around your hobby that once was supposed to bring joy, right? Then you have comments like, oh, now I can't watch anime without feeling frustrated that I can't understand everything without subtitles. So effectively, you have turned and progressively turned something that you once loved that brings consistent joy to a conditional activity that feels more like a job, right? Oh, now you must watch anime you can understand, or you must watch anime and you have to think about grammar and structure. So it's a balance, right? And for me, do whatever it is that you're sustainably happy, that you don't change your lifestyle around. Because if it doesn't become your lifestyle, then you are going to inherently fail to stay consistent. We're not talking about a job here. We're talking about things that we love to do. So ask yourself how much bad feelings you can carry, like negative sentiments you can carry, but it shouldn't take over the overall net positive that the dopamine is supposed to provide. Because the things you love are the things that are providing you the dopamine to do the things you don't want to do. Obligations, making money, working a job, going to school, things you don't want to do. Those are the things you probably want to like go hardcore on. Like, oh yeah, do the efficiency things, do the hustle things, like rip off the band-aid. Those are the things you're saving your extra dopamine for. When you're doing something you love, like learning a language, picking the road that will cause consternation is like turning your hobby into something you will eventually hate. Pretty twisted, I know. However, what I'm illustrating here is spoken in many different words by people. How the one thing that they used to love, over time, they forget why they even love it in the first place and why they even start something in the first place, because it has become an obligation. You have to perform to love something. When something loves you, and when you love something, the truest essence of that love is unconditional. Ideally. However, conditions pile up eventually, and you try to keep it down, right? Like if you love someone, you hope to keep down all the different conditions that keep you from loving them. Much like the abstraction of anime, movies, and whatnot. Like, oh yeah, I can't love superhero movies anymore because they're all the same. That's a condition. It wasn't there before, but now it's a condition. And then you start piling on top of that condition. Now they're all the same, so you're going to look for everything that is the same, and then eventually you stop loving superhero films. Right? Hey, Greg, how are you? I'm doing pretty well. Today is the next few days is review day, so I get to like chat as much as I want, been pretty good. I think there's a lot of joy surrounding the feeling that you're going on a several minute tangent when you don't ever have to pause to analyze the grammar, missing vocab. And I hope you guys continue to enjoy that, if you know what I mean. Enjoy that in the sense that you can also say there's some joy when you have no idea what's going on, but somehow you feel like you know what's going on, right? Like, for example, when you sit next to a person and they're just rambling about something and you got lost. So you lost someone randomly, but you just look at them and you smile and like, isn't this nice? And then after they're done, you ask them, can you explain that again? I got lost in how fun it is just to be alive and in your presence. So you ended up taking in something else other than your original goal. So, for example, it is also one thing to enjoy things you comprehend, but it's also another thing to be able to enjoy the things you know and the things you don't know yet, and be excited for things that you don't know to become something you do know. So that is the path of enlightenment, right? When you're learning a language, there will be things you don't know, and there will be things you do know. When you find out that you don't know a lot, that's an opportunity and excitement to get to know them eventually. So knowing things you don't know is still part of learning things. So I look forward to finding out what I don't know, much like the things I do know, because I love learning this language. I love learning and engaging in the language. It doesn't become a negative source, as in every time you're reminded of something you've forgotten or you don't know, you get a negative feedback, as in, ugh, this sucks. Now I have to go and, all right, well, I guess I'm gonna have to study this again. And then, it starts piling up. It's like, well, I didn't know that. Well, I'll work on it. It's a pretty useful phrase once I learn it, right? Good. Just taking a break at work, doing some Japanese reading. And watching anime with my girlfriend actually went pretty well yesterday. Awesome. Took like 2 hours to watch 10 minutes of anime because she wanted me to pause so she could read all the Japanese subtitles, so it was more study than anime, but it was fun. Yep. I literally talked about that, Greg, when you left because work took you away. But making an activity out of it means that you and your girlfriend will have something that makes anime watching transformative. Now you guys pause and do that thing. So you practically solved your mystery of whether if your girlfriend wanted you to interrupt and help her and involve in it. Now you guys can watch anime and read and review together. Now anime watching is technically not more than studying, it's actually enjoyment, right? So that's kind of cool. I was using your anecdote yesterday as an example of how to create transformative activities that synergizes with the thing, right? Like, for example, okay, you want to build something, but your significant other doesn't like building. There is a way to make it so that it can be a group activity, right? So I'm glad it worked out that way. It seems like I would look forward to anime if it means mutually that the person I'm with also likes to do the thing that I'm doing. So you're like integrating everything. It becomes part of your life. So in the future, there's no anime that's off limits. Not only that, now you spend more time watching the anime, appreciating the anime, and you're appreciating each other while also studying, right? That's kind of like so ideal, which I'm glad that's how it worked out. I literally said this yesterday, but you weren't around, but it's great that it worked out that way. Obviously it could have went terribly the other direction and whatnot, but I figured there's a chance that would happen. The only reason I got this far in Japanese is I made it easier to interact with than English, and it just becomes a standard. Interesting. Path of least resistance kind of thing. Yeah. The least path of resistance to learn Japanese is to use English. So I'm not entirely sure if that's what you were going for. Which language do you like the most? English or Chinese or Japanese? It's kind of difficult because they're apples and oranges to some extent. We could try really hard to compare them in like a really small microcosm. So for example, you could compare English's mechanics with adjectives versus Chinese. If we're going with feel, I wouldn't choose between the three because the three are part of me. It's like taking a piece of yourself and pretending that it doesn't exist. So language would be something that would be very difficult unless you're someone that views language mechanically and they're separate. So like learning Japanese is easier if you stop thinking about English. Then that would be a person you can probably ask which language you like most. When I see a word in Japanese, I think of it in English and Chinese if I can. I spend extra time, so it slows me down. I am slower in speaking Japanese, English, and Chinese. Even English, I actually do speak quite slowly. Back in my day when I was younger, I spoke English very quickly, like super quickly. to the point where it's to the consternation of the people that talk to me. So nowadays, I constantly think about the English that I'm saying. At this very moment, I'm also forming the next couple sentences that I'm going to say in English while I'm saying this current sentence. That's how I keep the ball rolling, the conversation rolling, without doing ums, oohs, buts, whats, likes. The idea is to constantly roll with actively having your conversation. So much like that, if I'm thinking in English right now, then I can be going hujiwa, because hujiwa and then continue just thinking about in English and then go back to using hujiwa, right? That's kind of the idea. So it's kind of hard. I would say though, if we were doing statistically, English reaches the most number of people. So pragmatically speaking, English would be the most liked from a statistical standpoint, because English is the default common language that will reach the most number of people. So we were going to apply the ye olde Chinese pragmatic spirit. English would be pragmatically the most liked, since it's the most pragmatically used language. Sentimentally, I already gave you the best answer I can have. They are all part of me, so I wouldn't reject any part of it, and I wouldn't prioritize any part of it. It becomes whatever is appropriate. Hopefully that helps. Let's see. Yeah, I was a bit worried it would go terribly, but it worked out. Fair enough, Greg. Hey, Lucky. How am I doing? I'm doing pretty well. How are you today? What do you think my Japanese level is? Third grade Japanese school. Like a third grade, however old third graders are. 8 years old, an 8-year-old Japanese kid. That's probably where my Japanese is. I might get to middle school soon. Maybe, conservatively. Yeah, third grade. I think if a third grader, Japanese person come up to me, like a little kid, come up to me, I might be able to hold a conversation with a third grade, a kid in third grade, like an 8-year-old, maybe, conservatively. Here's a mind-blowing moment, okay? Lucky, it might not be that mind-blowing. In English, I can't speak to a third grader. Think about that for a moment. So here's something really interesting about human conditioning. When you spend a lot of time doing something, sometimes you get a little rusty doing the things you don't do anymore. What is that like? How is that relevant to language learning? Well, a lot of times when people are acquiring a second language, the first time they acquired it was a state they can't possibly revisit. So when you learned your first language and you're trying to treat your second language like how you learned your first language, then that's a logical fallacy, right? Much like my illustration here, it is very difficult for me to talk to a third grader in English. It's a skill I haven't practiced for a very long time. So you still have to get practice, even if you know all the stuff. So it's interesting. This is what I think about when I start thinking, oh yeah, but in Japanese I can talk to kids because I speak like a kid, right? Because it's the early days. In English, I don't do that anymore. So when you go and talk to a kid, how good are you at talking to a kid in your common language? Well, I can assure you, even as young as 15 or younger, I know for a fact my communication falls off a cliff. So I talked about this a lot when I focus on communication. Communication is anywhere from, like, I'm going to say conservatively, a graduating student, 18 plus, and into early adulthood, like 25. That's kind of where I'm most practicing. And then on occasion, when I meet someone older, like 30 plus, my voice and communication in English shifts. It does not use the same thing I'm using now. So my streamer default is around 18 years of age to 25 years of age. So between there. And how do I know this is working? Well, you know, YouTube has analytics and it's pretty obvious where the age group is. So if I start talking like an old man, like my age, like if I start talking like I'm 37, who has worked in a professional field and highly educated, then probably most of the people at this point wouldn't find that so relatable. So that's kind of a fun little extra meta level of language, right? You wield language, but it's the user's ability to wield the language that affects communication. I have a 12-year-old brother. I think I can speak with a kid in Russian. Well, there you go. I don't have a sibling much younger than me. I spend most of my time. The youngest people I speak to are the people online. There's no one else. There's rarely ever anyone younger than the average person I speak to online. So I am worried about, you know, I concern myself with that, as opposed to speaking to my sister, who's practically my same age. I have a 2-year-old, and some days I beg to speak to an adult. Silver. Yeah, it's cute though. Like you kind of learn how to do it all over again, right? That's kind of like that's kind of my joy. It's scary, I understand, but you know, I really stand by my comment. He's so cute. Oh, that's lovely. Like I stand by my statement that things you don't know can be really, really scary, but they are also opportunities to have new experiences, or like semi-new experiences again. And I still don't have the experience of having like a little one of my own and going through the stages of life. Like I know a lot about child development, psychology, and adult development, but I didn't ever get to use it and see how much I don't know about it, right? About the experience. So no, I'm a terrible teacher and advisor for anyone who's like going younger than 18. But I wouldn't run away from that experience. So it would be really, really humbling and incredibly rewarding to watch and help a kid grow up into a young adult, right? So that's kind of really, I get excited for other people. I know it's hard. Like, I'm not saying I will ever understand how hard it is until I actually have the experience. You know, vicariously, it can be very hard, but also incredibly rewarding. How old am I? I'm 37. Oh, you're 16? I see. Lucky. I would have placed you around there, I would say. It's largely due to like the combination of your profile pic and your username choices, and then the way you ask questions. Also, the fact that you have a younger brother around 12 years old. Silver, oh, we're both the same year, Silver. You're 37 as well? Yeah. Life changes you, man. Life really does change you. Well, the longer you live, the perspectives kind of shift. I'm very happy, regardless of what happens. I always welcome the opportunity, though. Always welcome the opportunity. It sounds like your 2-year-old is giving you some wonderful, humbling experiences. There's this Japanese little kid. I think she's 6. So her mother likes to make cooking videos, but this girl is absolutely precious. And the Japanese she speaks, they're Japanese by the way. The Japanese she speaks, I'm like, I understand that. So that's why I'm thinking about kids, like younger kids and how younger kids think right now. Because of that video, I've been watching other parents who are comfortable with interacting with their children in front of a camera, and the Japanese they speak are incredibly useful. Do I like to read books? I like the idea of reading books. Lucky. I don't usually make a lot of time to read books. Usually my reading is whatever's on screen. So I haven't read a book in a long time. And by books, you might probably mean like novels, right? Things that only have words on them or some sort of written language. I listen to audiobooks a lot. I make time for audiobooks. Usually reading is something I do every day, however, not in the form of a book. Sometimes you forget that although they can communicate, there's so much they don't understand about what they're saying, so it's tough to respond appropriately. Yeah, I feel you there, Silver. You might be thinking, how do I feel you? Possibly. But think about being a streamer. Think about being a content creator, right? And every day when someone asks me a question, and I come from a different background, I'm multicultural, I went through a PhD program, I have a scientific background, and I have 2 conflicting cultures. When someone asks me a question, and I say something, and then they say something back, sometimes I don't know if they understand or not. And sometimes I don't know if I understand them. So it's kind of, it happens every day if you put yourself in a position like that. And what can you do in that situation? You do your best to understand, right? And I feel like it's wonderful. It's wonderful either way. If they don't understand, try anyways, and then celebrate in the misunderstanding. Sometimes misunderstanding leads to great magic, right? Like it leads to other things, and that's kind of cute. That's kind of cool too. Like some of the most memorable memories I have with strangers online, or like who are now my friends, are those misunderstandings. Like quite literally, those misunderstandings became the biggest memory builders. Like, oh yeah, you remember that one time when, whoa, whew, you like said a joke and it went way over my head, and that itself has become a joke. That kind of thing. I like whenever I shove Lotus in the closet. Hey Lotus. Genki desu ka? I see what you did there. Genki desu ka? Genki desu. Lotus Susan wa? You're reading chess books right now in English. Whoa. Wait, I don't know how you read a chess book in English. Like, just to play chess? Oh, you're training for a tournament. That will be in on June 17th? Well, go get them. Go get them, man. Yeah, reading chess books. I've done that only briefly once. I thought I would be really into chess when I was 15, I think. And that didn't happen. Lucky. Go get them. Go get them. Alright.
今日のバレエのレッスンは9時までです。明日のレッスンは7時に終わります。
They're talking about lesson times, I guess. 今日の今日のバレエ、yeah. 今日のバレエのレッスンは9時です。9時 what? Oh, 9時までです。So, the ballet lesson today is from 9 o'clock. 明日明日のレッスンは7時に終わります。So tomorrow's lesson starts at 7 o'clock. 7 o'clock. So just lesson times. You've been playing chess since you were 7? Oh dang. Grandmaster, ready to go, right? I occasionally watch like chess coverage. It comes up every once in a while. It does help that what's his name? Ito something. He's quite a influential person now. It's always nice the random clip about like Magnus comes up every once in a while. And then like these upcoming like little sprouts. Oh yeah, Hikaru, sorry. Yeah, Hikaru Nakamoto. Yeah. Hikaru Nakamoto. Very influential. He's taken to social media pretty well. In contrast, like Magnus. However, Magnus clips comes up all the time. Like Carlson.
ファッションの動画を作ります。
That's not it. How do you do the... Does that work? Yeah, that works. That's not it. There we go.
ファッションの動画を作ります。週末はピアノの練習があります。ピアノを9時間弾きます。
Man, imagine playing the piano for 9 hours. Yep. Oh, I guess I can imagine it. I mean, I'm practically doing Duolingo for it, you know. No, piano. Let's not trivialize it. Playing the piano for 9 hours? Monka yikes. He is a very strong player, but Magnus is stronger. Probably in chess. Sure. If the world only valued chess, for sure. But there are obvious things that Hikaru has invested time in that Magnus has not, right? We got to step back and think about them like people as opposed to objects with specific properties. Well, I guess technically if you think of them as peoples, you could still say you think of them as characteristics. But we gotta keep in mind that Hikaru and Magnus are people. They also have things outside of chess. Although chess might consume a lot of it, right? Okay. 友達と何を話します？日本語。Sure.
日本語
Okay. Right, for example, there's a reason why I got reintroduced back into chess by Hikaru, right? Hikaru over Magnus. Magnus is not the reason why I got back into watching or spectating chess. It was Nakamoto. So he's clearly doing something that Magnus is not. So when it comes to strong, right? There are other ways to be strong. Magnus also strong physically. He's playing football and he's also a model. Okay. Neither of them suggest that he's a content creator. So that sounds very excellent for Magnus. この漢字はとても難しいですね。I'd say that. Okay. Alright, let's do this. 何ですか?
何ですか ?4 時間。
Whoops, I hit the wrong button. 4時間。
高い。
い。
7。
Whoops, I was supposed to say that. 何時間。
何時間
Okay. Have I been to Japan? No, I have not been to Japan. Not yet. Not yet. Lucky. Not yet. Let's see. 3時間ぐらいブログの記事、Lotus、記事を書きます。Sorry. Me and Lotus have a little beef about the word kiji. I forgot what he told me. I forgot what I said before instead of kiji. Kaji? Oh yeah, I said kaji before. Because before we learned kiji, we learned kaji for chores. And Lo's like, hey, it's kiji by the way. And then he like runs to the safety of his storage closet. I'm like, I'll remember this. I'll remember this. That was about what was that about? 3 weeks ago? I think that was about 3 weeks ago.
金曜日にバドミントンをします。
金曜日にバドミントンをします。Okay. So okay. Neat. What are you gonna do? 何時間しますか? Okay, how long are you gonna play? Sure. How many hours are you gonna play? Performance. Is that really how performance? Yeah, that is performance. Man. Performanceは1時頃始まります。そして1時間半ぐらい踊ります。Yeah, this is the whole like ゴロ and ぐらい compare and contrast.
今夜は漢字を勉強します。
This is what I heard. Okay. I'm going to play guitar at 5 p.m. Okay. Oh, I can use this now. Nice. Whenever you get to use keyboard is an opportunity to flex whatever kanji you have. It like retroactively to yourself. It's like, oh yeah, I can do that now. And then you get locked in on katakana battles. It's constantly katakana battles. That looks right. Son of a bee sting. Let's see. Go. Goji ni gita. Oh, hikimasu. Whoops. Right. It's a string instrument. Hikimasu. Good call. Good call. String instrument.
1時間半ひらがなを勉強します。
My sister also wants to travel to Japan. She's kind of hyped about it. Her English is perfect, but her Japanese not even reaching N5. Oh, that's... You can probably just use English. Forehead. I'm just kidding. Sounds like she's making lots of efforts and strives. Use whatever Japanese you can when you're heading to Japan, you know? You want to travel to India, of course. Yeah, that checks out. I hope she has fun in Japanese and not be too overly concerned about whether she... to the extent of what English or Japanese she uses in Japan, but using it nonetheless to have a rewarding experience, right? Piano is still hikimasu despite you not pulling anything. True, but piano is a string instrument, so that's kind of how it's defined to Western people. So I think of hikimasu more as a string related thing. So piano are string instruments. So hikimasu. Your sister will have a great time in Japan. I went last year. My level was about N4 and I was able to get by just fine. Greg, says Greg. Words to live by. Enjoyment is enjoyment. Enjoyment. I like to re-emphasize that things you do for love, like any type of love, like conceptually, figuratively, literally, etc., all that stuff, try to come out net positive, right? Honestly, if people are always talking about if it's worth, I think the things you choose, it's worth if it's net positive. When it starts getting net negative, that's when you start really having to ask yourself, what happened to the worth of the choice you've made, right? We're not talking about whether you gain more progress or what have you. I'm talking about the net result. What is my favorite Japanese song? To answer that, the quick answer is whatever is a recent song that's left an impression on me that is Japanese. So my nod would go to the ending song, the second ending song to Jujutsu Kaisen. I've got what the song's name is. Something World Order or something like that. Order World. Wait, more than words. Sorry, more than words. More Than Words is probably the song I'll give the nod to. It'll change the moment the next Japanese song leaves an impression on me. But for now, it's a song that translates to More Than Words. I think it's the second season ending song to Jujutsu Kaisen. That song is a vibe, I tell you. It kind of encapsulates how I feel most of the days when I'm on Duolingo. Greg says, if she is just going to Tokyo, Kyoto, Osaka area, most places in those areas have English menus, English writing on signs. Hotels have translators, food places have English menus. You can get by without much Japanese, but you gotta ask for the Japanese menu, Greg. Hint, hint, nudge, nudge, chuckle, chuckle. That's a deep cut. But you gotta ask for the Japanese menu, Greg. Know what I mean, guys? I've never been to Japan, but I can guarantee you it's also true here. Gotta ask for the local menu. Okay. Alright. I'll let you guys brainstorm of what what I mean by that. However culturally aware you are about the whole idea of having local menus versus foreigner menus, like visiting menus. Mm. You have a funny story about one of the few places I got in trouble with a local menu. I would love to hear that, actually, Greg. That sounds like a wonderful story. That's the life, though. If I'm visiting a country, you might as well, when in Rome, do as the Romans do, regardless of how possibilities of sort of embarrassment, but forming new memories. You went to izakaya, and I sat down and it only had a white page menu, right, with handwritten kanji. I'm following, Greg. I'm following. Right. And I was like, oh crap, I'm screwed. I looked super scared. I'm guessing because the server came by and pointed at a QR code, which was actually an English menu. But the English wasn't very accurate. So I ordered a grilled steak, and she comes to deliver it to my table, and it was a white blob with fish flaked all over it, and I can't stamp it. Oh no, Greg. Oh no. Okay, so wait, you had what was the white blob? Was it the right? Is it a meat with bonito flakes on it? Bonito flakes on it. What was the white blob? Was it boiled pork? Oh, it could have been boiled pork if it was a white blob. If they called it grilled steak. So like it could have been boiled pork. That's a thing. Oh, it was some kind of fish or seafood thing? Oh, interesting. Something that can be translated to grilled steak, but a white blob with bonito flake. That's interesting. I wonder what it was. In a izakaya? I like thinking about food, or how food is prepped in specific environments. So the izakaya was super small, so the chef was just looking at me, so I could just not eat it. You almost threw up and your girlfriend had to try to eat it for you. I'm sorry, that sounds like quite an experience. I would play up that story so much. Oh man, would that be a wonderful story to tell? You know what? Those stories, in my opinion, make for great comedy. Like if you it was probably negative at the time, right? But then upon reflection, you could so play up those stories. I didn't know you didn't like seafood, Greg. I don't know how I feel about that. I have really bad timing, messaging right as your boss walks in. Oh my gosh. All right, Lotus. I basically criticized you for everything you said and leaving me cold in the dark, even though I reminisced about a previous encounter about Kiji. So basically, I'm not your friend anymore. Actually, I'm okay. How are you? How are you? I hope your boss was however whatever business you had with your boss is okay. Kiji came up, by the way. Lotus, Kiji came up, by the way, and I cursed your name, just so you know. I cursed your name because I'm pretty sure I said Kaji when you like said like, oh yeah, it's Kiji, and you ran into your storage closet. I still remember. It's been over three weeks. I'm gonna show you a Kiji. Check this out. Kiji. Loaded. Oh no, I can't even type. I was gonna type something in English. I'll show you a post. All right. Oh great. Basketball. Here we go again. Did I nail it? Basket. Yeah, basketball. Heck yeah. Oh. Oh no. This is part of the 10%. This is like Shinsho? Or Rensho? It might be Rensho. No, it's not Rensho. Shiai? No, wait. Is it really Shiai? Oh my goodness. I wasn't even close. I'm thinking about practice. Oh, wow. Is it really Shiai? Let's look at all of my other choices. Wow, man. Oh, wait. Yeah. Yeah, Renshu. Yeah, Renshu is practice. I'm thinking of Renshu. But man, Shiai. Oh my gosh, that's part of the 10%. Shiai. Yeah, that's gonna be tough. I'm gonna make a mental note for tomorrow's review, right? When I'm doing Total Recall, if I'm doing this, I have to remember the ones that I've forgotten. So Shiai. Shiai wa. Is this the one where? Okay. You're banned from 50 states in USA for tax evasion. I'll be careful not to joke or disclose that kind of thing. All right, you. I don't know if that's a meme or something, but I would be really careful about saying something like that. Is that how you say, is that how you type Shiai? Lotus, is that the kanji for Shiai? Ooh, I do recognize most of those radicals because of Hanzi. I think my Hanzi writing is really supplementing my kanji recognition, man. It's actually making kanji very nice to remember. Oh, that's Shiai? Okay. Huh. Rip. バスケットボールの試合はI misspelled bow. Oh no. I don't want to talk about it.
毎日5時間半韓国語を勉強します。
I said baru, not baru. It's fine. And do I use English? Yeah, I use an English keyboard for Japanese. It seems like you get more complex Chinese characters faster since they rely so heavily on them. You have to learn them. You have to. I'm like 20% on it. It crosses the 80% line. So it is absolutely glorifyingly highly encouraged that when you approach Mandarin, Hanzi, no matter how slow you're gonna go, Hanzi first. So learn characters as you're going. It is absolutely brilliantly rewarding and wonderful. It's so comforting that no matter how slow you go, if you get the Hanzi, it like returns. It returns and pays back over and over again. It's so immediate. And I attached them to pinyin, but the Hanzi is helping me remember the pinyin instead of the other way around, where you like, oh, you have to remove Nomaji to get into Kana, and then not go back kind of thing. But the Hanzi is making my pinyin, my ability to associate pinyin a lot better. In my personal opinion. That's rough. I probably would have done the same. It's so wonderful. Like, I absolutely love it. I'm so addicted to learning Hanzi. Not biased at all, really, because I'm learning Japanese in a different way. So they don't overlap. The experience with Japanese is clearly mutual. It's very mutual from my experience with Mandarin. I'm using the strategies I'm using are very different between the two. So it makes feel like I'm doing two different things. So for the first 4 hours, it feels like I'm doing something else. And then for the second 4 hours, I'm doing an entirely different thing, which keeps it really fresh. In fact, if I had more time in the day, I'd probably do 8 hours of Japanese and then 8 hours of Mandarin, or do like 4 hours of Japanese, 4 hours of Mandarin, then go back to 4 hours of Japanese, and then go back to 4 hours of Mandarin, because they don't feel like they're doing the same thing. It's like doing chess and then going to legs in the same day, right? I know you guys have your favorites, right? Lotus, you probably skip leg day most of the time. Like any other. No, I'm just kidding. I'm being presumptuous. Do you skip leg day all the time, Lotus? Are you not a leg day person? I'm more of a leg day person, but you know, chess things and whatnot. But it's kind of the things, right? They feel like they're doing two different things, but they're related in fitness. You do leg day on Monday, all right. Lotus, every day is a leg day. Suck it up. Stop being a weenie. That's what SoCal said. Also ran a 3:43 half mile on Monday. Very nice. That's not leg day. That's like the cheapest leg day ever. Running fast and for a short amount of time. You pep, Lotus. You think that is impressive? Try walking for 15 minutes. No, I'm just kidding. Trying to entertain yourself. You just got mowed. Also ran a on Monday. Wait. How does that change what? Oh, you mean leg day and that. Dude. Nah. We're talking about whatever you did and then doing it for a long day. No. You got mowed. You got mowed, Lotus. This is now we're doing reverse Uno logic. Now get reverse Uno'd. I'm gonna reverse Uno you. No, I'm comparing your leg day and ran with leg day and long ran. Okay? Don't be mowing me anything, okay? We're talking about this being constant and this being different. You heckin' logical fallacy person. Don't you dare me, okay? Where are those stepmasters? Why aren't you doing a stepmaster? You can do better. Do better. I'm just kidding. Good job on leg day. You usually do a mile? Are you okay? Is everything alright? I was just kidding. What do you usually do for leg day? Squats? Where's the Stairmaster at? I don't have a Stairmaster, I'm just kidding. I usually just pick a random machine. Do you plan in Japan? Do you plan to travel to Japan in other major cities or also to smaller towns? Me? That's a good question. I plan to travel wherever food takes me. So that does involve some small towns. Although they're like small popular towns. So I guess there's like big cities and small towns. However, they are because of food. I'm a food culture person. I travel for food. I do different machines at the gym, so I like squats, seated leg curls and such. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I don't have any machines. So leg day basically involves if I so happen to get up, I probably like walk around while lunging. I don't know if you've ever done that. I think it's a fun little activity. Whenever you get up, instead of walking, just lunge walk to wherever you have to go. Lunge walking upstairs is a whole different beast, I tell you. It's really awkward. Or try crab walking everywhere. That'll get your heart rate up. Okay. You know, one thing that I personally find that it's so impressive when I see people do, when people scissor kick. What I mean is when they do scissors in stationary, like scissor jumping. I just can't get it. It feels like my knees are gonna fall apart by the time I get the motion, right? I don't know if you ever stand in the middle of a gym or something and start doing scissor jumping. Like, yikes. Where are those burpees, huh, Lotus? Where are those burpees? Or the pop squats? Come on. Ditch those machines. We gotta see you, like, properly jumping, you know? Getting some ups. Where are my pistol squats, right? My dragon squats. Lotus, you can do it. I'm just throwing out so many buzzwords. You've never seen it? Wait. Okay. Mi tako to ga arimasen. Interesting. I have never seen. Oh, okay. Neat. I was at vacation in this week from Sunday to Thursday, and you walk non-stop. That sounds delightful. Were the walks great? What did you do on your vacation while walking? Lucky. All right, let's keep going. Okay. I study. 毎日5時間韓国語を勉強しましょう。No, 勉強します. Okay, sorry. I study Korean for... Oh. I hit enter. I try to hit enter for the input, the tab input. I don't want to talk about it. 書きます。
書きます。4時間。
時間。
4時。
Typos happen, folks. Even typos on submission. Alright. Such a relaxing day. I like review days. Review days are great. Oh yeah, that's right. You can't legend that stuff. That's right. Oh, they reject when you fill them up as well. Oh, interesting. Okay. Oh, I see how it's different on the lesson plan. The lesson plan forces you to hit all the different unique ones before you can move on. So if you fill all of them in your kanji section, it just pushes you back out. Interesting.
書きます。
Interesting.
4時間。
Oh, it's my favorite one. Oh, you know what, Lotus? You know what sucks? Later chapters, later units, they don't have these exercises in the personalized practice part. They have like largely like sentence things. They don't have these like matching things anymore. I'm a little upset about that. Give me more of these matching things.
4時間
But we're back in section 2, so. Oh, you do? Okay. For now, the last 5 units, it's only the sentence ones, and I'm a little upset. I'm a little upset. Am I that unlucky? I love these ones. These are my favorite ones, where you like all you do is just keep matching stuff. It would be awesome if they expanded to sentences. Like just go ham, go sentences. You know, something. Oof. I can think of other ways to make this
9時間作ります
be fantastic.
9時間書きます何時間この漢字は難しいです辞書はありますか
Okay. I was like, she didn't say she didn't like Japanese. She just had problems with kanji and asked for a dictionary. Okay.
7高い4時間何ですか
Oops. Oh, they totally got me.
何ですか
I didn't read the whole thing. All I read was none and then stopped.
何時
毎日バスケットボールを4時間します。週末の試合が楽しみです。
Okay. She's excited about her basketball game. Sure. What the? Sorry.
ギターを弾きます。
Hikimasu. Oh, that's salting wounds. I messed up hikimasu.
今日は日本語の授業で1時間半漢字を勉強します
What the heck? Did it feel like this person was talking twice at the same time? It's fine. They're learning Japanese. Mainichi. Oh my gosh. This is some old...
3時間ピアノを弾きます。
Alright. This is actually kind of necessary because hikimasu in this unit was very important to realize that hikimasu is a very special... It has some nuanced use out of... instead of relying on suru.
バドミントンの練習は水曜日と木曜日です金曜日は休みます
Okay. Practice schedule. Sure. Same prompt. So
5ぐらい
sure. Alright. Typing. Oh no. How does this work? Nailed it. I'm curious what happens if I place no here. I don't know if they use a no here or not. Sometimes they don't. So we'll see. Oops. Wait. That doesn't look right. That's better. Okay. Sure. Okay.
3ぐらい
It's the same statement. Okay. Okay. Wait a minute. Okay, that's fine. Oops. Wait. Honestly, so I don't know what ego is in kanji, but because I know Mandarin and combined it with the kanji I know ego, ego is this. Interestingly enough. I'm just saying. So we're just gonna go with it. You know, let's go with it. Son of a bee sting. What did I? Oh, it's a question. I got cod. Lego my ego. Oh no. Don't you. That's so cheap. 11 out of 10. That's such a cheap dad joke. 11 out of 10.
楽器を弾きます。
Got keyを弾きます. Oh, got key for instruments. That's part of the 10%, but it didn't like blow my mind. I wasn't. It's hard to know if I wouldn't have been able to recall it if it was a typing one. We'll see. Okay. On the vacation, you were near the beach. So you walked with family from place to place 6 to 8 hours, and after that we returned hotel. In addition, we usually do evening walks. Oh, that's very cute. That's pretty awesome. Having a place to walk. Nice time. Beach is a fantastic place to walk. That kind of reminds me when I visited my friends who back then were in San Diego, and basically San Diego had an incredibly large beach line, a long beach line, so we basically kept walking along the beach, which was fantastic. I like my confused phrase, very expressive. I'll show you a confused face. How do you tell the difference between my confused phase and my preponderance phase, huh? What if I'm just pondering things? Oh, it was too hot where you were when you were doing. That's why you do evening walks. That's fair. That's fair. Okay. Okay. No. Oops. No wa, but today could be the subject. I formally protest. Oh crap, it's also a question.
作ります。
I keep forgetting the unknown I keep forgetting the unknown marker.
作ります。
Skill issue. We may never know if they will accept it. They probably do accept that. It's just that I forgot the unknown marker. They probably do accept that. Because I wanted today to be the topic. Oh yeah, right. That's kanji. That's right. There's 2 kanji sections there. Oh, I also use hi instead of G. Probably just a typo since... Wait. In where? He instead of G, where? Oh no, I don't even remember the prompt anymore.
遊園地は遠いですか？
It's fine. It's fine. We know what we wanted to say. Picking typos. There's always typos. Okay. 遊園地は遠いですか? Okay. Okay. Oh no. Sometimes I typo this too. Oh wait. Oh no. Oh, I wrote non. Oh. Oh no, that's a mistake in that's a mistake in translating. Or that's a mistake. Yeah, that's a mistake in translating. I think I did write non nichikan because I was thinking of how many days versus how many hours. I think that is actually an honest mistake as opposed to a typo. Yeah, that's an honest mistake. Like how many days did you practice how many days did you play soccer as opposed to how many hours you played soccer. So that was my bad. I actually think I did write non nichikan. Once they gave salmon for the evening feast, I grabbed so much salmon that I think you robbed them. Oh, you're a salmon lover. Don't tell Greg that. He might actually smell the fish. Actually, Greg, are you okay with salmon? Sometimes, like, people don't like fish, but they kind of make an exception for salmon sometimes, for whatever reason. Something about salmon is very different. Maybe you don't hate it. Maybe you consume, like, you can consume some salmon, but that's probably like the exception. I don't know. I hear it quite often, like, oh yeah, you know, I don't really like fish, but I'm okay with salmon. But for some, like, there's something about salmon sometimes. Or is it like no fish at all? No seafood? I honestly don't know. Last time I had salmon was like 7-8 years old, I think. Oh, okay. Yeah, it's one of those things that when someone says they don't like seafood, like one of the gateways oftentimes could be like salmon or shrimp for whatever reason as well. Shrimp or salmon or like different types of seafood. You also don't like fish, but salmon is special. Yeah, lucky. Yeah, there you go. Yeah. Salmon just seems very different from the other ones. And then shrimp for shellfish. Like no clams, no mussels, you know, other things that are in shells, but shrimp sometimes turned out to be like, that's okay. Or they even love shrimp but no other shellfish, like clam and mussels and whatnot. I'm a seafood person. If anyone's wondering. Okay. Yeah. What if I do... Oh my gosh. Oh no, that doesn't work. Or can I do that? I'm actually kind of curious. Hold up. Honestly, I don't. This is probably the 10% too. I don't use the word. So Oh, okay. It is fine. Sure. Yeah, Kyo, Jukyo. Okay. Alright, yeah. Checks out. It's fine. Just curious. Just curious if they would have taken it.
その赤いキャラクターが好きです。
Okay. Alright. Son of I didn't mean to typeface.
韓国語のテストは水曜日です。
Okay.
今週テストが5つあります。
I like that red face character. Guy, yeah. According to Duolingo, how many Japanese words did you learn from this app? 1806, I think, something like that. 1806. It sounds like a very specific number, but I kind of remember something like that when I was looking on the profile. Because the achievement keeps track of how many characters until a certain amount. Oh, there, Cozy. Honshu testo. Honshu testo ga 5つあります。はいはい。
中国語のテストは何曜日ですか？
Okay. What? Oh.
あの黄色いキャラクターは面白いですね。
Okay. Kiroi.
締め切りは何曜日ですか？
Nice. 500 English words? Way to go. That yellow character. Don't, Greg, don't you character face me. I'm gonna remember this. I'm gonna show you a red face. Sometimes they do say it though. They do say the yellow character's face, yo. They do actually say that. You think it's funny, but some of those prompts do refer to the character's face. Don't at, okay? You know, just imagine a little kid walking around. It's like, you know, look, that face is scary, you know? That yellow face is scary. That character's yellow face is scary. Alright. Alright, Oh, 締め切り。
入り口で会いましょう。
山田先生の授業は火曜日ですか？
What's up with all these English sentences? Oops.
スミス先生の授業は面白いですか？
学校は毎日何時に終わりますか？かわいいキャラクターのショーに行きましょうか？
Oh my goodness, I typed show, dude. Dude, I
田中
looked
先生の
away
授
and it
業は
didn't
楽しいで
register.
すか？
Hush. 1 year ago, your English was so bad that I was learning English from Duolingo and actually helped you. Very nice, very nice. Your English is really great. It's awesome, actually. Keep it up. Have I learned? No, I have not. I haven't learned the left kanji, and I've seen you use multiple words with that kanji so far. The right one, yes, nen. As nen, though. Which kanji? Dang it, you gotta make me break out my... Hold up. I'm guessing the stroke order is probably... Looks like this. And then the right one is just nen. That was awful. Right. Let me ugh. Whatever. Close enough. Shonen. Small years. It's a genre of anime. Oh, that's how you spell shonen. Okay. Yeah. Are you telling an anime person a genre? I swear, Lotus. Is this the second time? You're also the one that told me what isekai was. It's a genre of anime. I'm just kidding, Lotus. I'm being a little pedantic now. Next, you're gonna tell me seinen is a genre geared towards young adults. Love mansplaining things. All right, fair. I like being pedantic too. Yeah, shonen. Yeah, shonen. Seinen. You're gonna explain to me what shoujo is as well. Wait. But you could turn this into something dubious and explain to me what a dojan is. I mean a dojin. Wait, is it dojin? Sorry, let's not go there. Sorry, kids. Is it dojan? Are they what are they called again? You can explain that though. What are those things called? Do you know what I mean? It's do something. Doji something? I don't venture to that side of the internet. Oh, okay, fine. Alright, fair. Shoujo is called shoujo because a shoujo is a young Japanese female. The opposite would be shonen, a Japanese boy. Alright, never mind. Greg's got your back on the shoujo department. Excellent. Excellent. This is the best. This is for the best, guys. Son of a... Oh my gosh, I got caught again.
好きなアイスクリームの味はチョコレートです。
I've missed 7 cars because of you guys. I'm blaming all of you. It's all your fault. How's that for a shonen? Where the character like blames everyone else except themselves. Actually, in anime, it's usually the character constantly blames themselves instead of everyone else. That's a real talk right there. Cultural difference. Skina what? Okay. My favorite. Ice cream. Okay, my favorite. Overrated. I'm just kidding.
次はどんなショーを見ましょうか。
Time to spend the whole stream mansplaining. Did you know that I don't have anything to mansplain though? Okay. We'll come up with something. Did you know? No, I don't have anything. So here's let's not go into that. I was thinking the sentiments regarding, you know, that phrasing, does it cross like the type of content that you're trying to explain? So like if you were giving a seminar, for example, can someone possibly consider that as a form of mansplaining? That's an interesting thought. We won't talk about it. It's a little controversial, so we'll stick with the word like pedantic. Pedantic is a nice word. All right, let's add a flare of sophistication. Maybe verbosity, if you guys like that too. If verbosity tickles your fancy, you know. Okay. Next, what? Tsuki wa donna show o mimashou ka? Okay. Wait a minute. What? Oh, heck you.
つまらない美術館
That was they did a transitional word there. Tsumaranai. Okay. Tsumaranai. Bijutsukan. Okay.
宿題はいつもたくさんありますか？
Is Chinese harder than Japanese to learn? Unfortunately, I can't really answer that anymore. Well, actually, maybe I can. No, I can't really. For me personally, no. However, that's because Chinese is closer to me than Japanese. It was when I started. So it's kind of difficult to answer. Son of a... Why did it turn... Okay. I'm just gonna add a comma there. Uh...
中国語の先生は誰ですか？
All I can think about right now is I'll show you a yellow face to Greg. I'm trying to find the best opportunity to like yellow face and like red face Greg somehow. I'm trying to think of a setup. I mean, I want to set myself up. How am I typing in Japanese? If you're using Windows OS, Greg, I'll show you a yellow face. The next time an anime character comes up and it's a yellow face character, you're gonna think about it. You're going to think about it. Yellow face. If you are on Windows, you can go into settings and you can download in IME. If you go settings, language, and you can input it. Simpsons anime. You think you're lying, but Simpsons has an anime clip off Death Note. Did you watch that episode by any way, Greg? It was a full-fledged Death Note episode in Simpsons. It was pretty great. Pretty good. Did you know some Chinese or Japanese before you start learning it from Duolingo? I know a lot of I can hear a lot of Chinese before I started. And yeah, both. I know quite a lot of how Japanese and Chinese sounded before I started. I was no stranger to that. Saying that. Oh, you should see it. It's on YouTube. There's a clip. Or there's the whole scene. I think it was like half the episode. It was quite long. It was very, very well done. So, you think I'm joking, but I'll show you a yellow face. Actually, I don't think their faces were yellow in that. I don't think the characters were yellow. Maybe. I'll show you a yellow face anime character. Yeah. I think it was like 10 minutes long or something. It was a bit. So there was a Simpsons bit with Death Note. My personal favorite when it comes to crossovers is one episode of Bob's Burger. It had an homage to My Neighbor Totoro by Hayao Miyazaki. Right. Hayao, it was the Thanksgiving episode. I think it might have been... It's too hard to remember which season since now we're in like the teens of seasons, but it was one of the Thanksgiving episodes. Take care, Lucky. Sleep well. Good luck with everything. Thanks for hanging out and chilling. It was a fantastic one too. They spot on. It was one of the like, it was the when the tree growing scene in Totoro. It's so majestic. And they replaced Totoro with the turkey. He was hallucinating. Bob drank some absinthe. Maybe a little too much absinthe. Oh, it was an early Thanksgiving episode because it was before Bob reconciled with his father figure.
食べ物。食べ物。
Okay, let's see. What do we have? Jiugatsu. Okay, sure.
チョコバナナを食べませんか？
I can choco banana. Choco. Oops. What did you want? 食べませんか？
チョコバナナを食べませんか？
明日は休みの日ですね。一緒に遊びませんか？
Okay. Plans for tomorrow, sure. Hey.
山田8月1つ9時間食べ物
Halloween. Halloween. Oh no. Halloween. Okay. No, no, no. No chance. No chance. Halloween. I thought I typed that. Halloween, right? Halloween. Oh, maybe I... Okay, okay, let me try again. Nope. Yeah. Okay. So, wait. Oh no, wait. No, I did. Oh, okay, it's a keyboard problem. So maybe I do like X, this, and then this. Okay, so I needed X. I need to type X for the E. Yeah, it's the UI. UI. No, yeah, UI. Needed to get the UI. So what I typed is X E to get Halloween. You couldn't do it like put it together and then it like collapses together. It's one of those special ones. Okay. Alright. That's a month.
12月に
12月31日にクリスマスのイルミネーションがあります。Okay. Where's the dance contest? Okay. Oops. Wait. Does that look right? Contesto. Yeah, that looks right. Juichi nichi ni de ni de
で
ni
に
UNC
で
UNC de what is this? パレードがあります。7月にお祭りがあります。今週末 Wow. Saying 今週末 like that. That's a blast from our past. 今週末昨日の公園に行けませんか？ Oh, okay.
公園
Sure. Uh, heckin' no. Oh. Oh no. Community center. Yeah, community center. The community center de Daikoku no Taiko wait Taiko no performance があります。Katakana for you. 花火解体に行きましょう。
行きましょう。
8月に面白いイベントがあります。
Do I know what taiko are? Listen, Craig. I'm a rhythm gamer. How dare you? No, I'm just kidding. I know what taiko are. Actually, it's one of my favorite traditional Japanese instruments. Although taiko kind of inherited from Chinese culture, really. I think. Not quite sure about that, but there is some striking coincidences. If it happened to be coincidence on it. But yeah, taiko. Yeah. Have you ever played on a taiko? Wait. When you went to Japan, did you play on a taiko machine? Yeah, in Japanese, yeah, it means drum. Though the term has also come to refer to the art of, Have you played on a taiko machine? Are you mansplaining on purpose? Also known as kumidako. Yeah, kumidako. Taiko has been part of the Japanese, yeah. Hey, first time on your stream, do you have any suggestions on apps or studying techniques for languages? What are you currently using? Are you using anything? Kamiya? Rare Kamiya? What are you using currently? What have you used? Have you ever learned a language before? I'm curious, all of these things. What do you use for studying before this? Like, maybe not language related. Duolingo, Anki, and some other stuff? That sounds amazing. Are you concerned with that what you're doing now requires more suggestions? I feel like a combination of Duolingo, Anki, and some other stuff, maybe like grade readers. I don't know if you're interested in grade readers. Comprehensible inputs with vlogs and podcasts are kind of thing. You learned German sort of, but in school? Okay. And school did that not work? Like, not that school stuff didn't work for you, did it? Was it like, did you learn anything about what you would do in the school setting? Any of that worked? There are grade readers and comprehensible input vlogs and podcasts that you might be interested in if you haven't already been doing that. You can understand it pretty well, but not fluent at all. Okay. So did the school work then? Because you can probably do some techniques, whatever you use in school can be also things that you may be able to use now. And no, you didn't. You played some of the rhythm games in arcade, but none of the drum ones. I should have, maybe next time. Tisk. Asking someone if they know taiko and didn't even play a taiko machine in like Osaka or something. Not even in a Sega arcade. Actually, were you there when Sega arcade was still open, or was it after they closed? As for the mansplaining, I just keep copying from Google to mansplain. Alright. 0 out of 10 for effort, but 12 out of 10 for effect. Greg. In terms of techniques, like studying techniques, I think one underrated thing, I think the aspect of homework and testing worked. Interesting. So here's the thing. So if the homework and testing part, but it's hard to do alone, yeah, so instead of like structure, right? I know homework has structure. Their homework does structure. and it's aided. So homework gives you like things to do, right? Things to do. And also, sorry, this is a setup. Testing is also structured in the sense that it gives you something to do to guide you. One thing that self-study, when I think of people self-studying, is that they sometimes don't get a chance to output and gauge how much they remember, right? So this is kind of like testing. It is kind of like testing. Testing homework, like using homework and testing. And every once in a while, I think this is an underrated thing that many overlook, which is go grab a piece of paper. Assign yourself a theme. Like however long you want that you can persist on focusing without the urge to go to like a dictionary or something. Say, I'm going to the park. Or you can journal if you want. You can journal or something. So you went to a park one day. Imagine yourself going to a park. Or you could literally go to a park and have some fresh air and touch grass and whatnot, etc. Go to a park and then write using recall only. So when you have Duolingo, Anki, and other apps, usually most of them are aided. So they're aided space repetition. So SRS, right? Space repetition. You probably heard that quite a lot of times if you're already into Anki and Duolingo. The end result is they don't do recall, unaided recall. So every once in a while, like homework and testing, which may work, you can break out a piece of paper or break out your phone, right? Break out your phone, hit your notes app or whatever app you use to make dialogues to yourself, like notebooks to yourself, and think of where you are, right? And look around like you're at home. Write about it. Use your Japanese, if you're learning Japanese, to write about what you see. And then make note, in my opinion, make note of all the things you can't express yet as well. Like, for example, even though you can write some Japanese, fill it in with your whatever words, whatever common language you're using. And every time you see your common language, those are the reminders of you. I either can't express this yet or I haven't seen it yet. And then for the future, when that word comes up, it'll be really cool. It'll be like, yes, I can finally go back, flip to that page, and it's like, yes, this is the word. Now you can fill it in. So it kind of encourages you to test yourself or give yourself homework, but it'll be kind of a fun homework. Everything will be related to what you're doing, and also it will do something that no app can replace. So apps cannot replace total recall. If you can't recall it with a blank piece of paper in front of you, these apps are there to help you, but they can't ultimately make you do those things. So that's probably my thing. I do this for 30 minutes at the beginning of every stream. So if you're curious what that looks like for me, after like 100+ days of Duolingo Japanese, and then every 25 days I have a test for myself. I review as many things as I can possibly remember in the last 25 days, which is coming up soon because it's day 121. So it's kind of like a test and a homework, but it's fun because you're writing it, you're doing all the stuff, and then you can learn about yourself whether you don't want to use the word or you can use the other word. So if you're already doing that, then there's really not much more. You can do whatever you want, because if you can test yourself and you can always like evaluate yourself without anyone's help, that's one of the best advice that you can give yourself and to anyone else, right? How to accurately monitor if something works or not. Now you can go out and try whatever you want, but you can test yourself on what your competence is. And that's probably the only, honestly, if I had to do like a 15-minute bit, I would probably start there. So if you're already doing that, only time is, in my opinion, the remaining factor. Right? That makes so much sense. Oh my god. So I like writing down a weekly wrap-up of what I learned. Yeah. And make it fun, right? Make it involving what you want. Write a journal. Like even brag in the journal. Like say, hey journal, today, this week, I nailed it. Here are my 40 kanji I learned, and I'm just gonna write it out. Like you're talking to yourself. You're reminding yourself. Later, a week later, you'll be able to read that what you were thinking in the previous week. So what happens is it's a great reminder, and it starts piling up. You'll start, and you know, here's a last plug for that. If you can write it and express it to yourself on a piece of paper without aid, when you go and talk to someone, you can literally say those phrases. Someone will ask you in Japanese, how's your day? What have you been doing? You literally have written it and memorized it and used it and created it in your journal. A lot of times this comes from another perspective, how to improve someone's communication with another person. And even if you're not learning a new language and you're writing in your common language, it helps actualize and internalize for actual conversation. So if you're not learning another language and you're writing your native language, it still helps with communication because you've expressed these things before. So the closest bridge is now you're expressing it to a stranger. So if you're doing this in a language you're learning, then you'll naturally have phrases that you'll say. Like I say, "Saikin dou desu ka?" all the time because I ask myself, okay, so what have I done recently? That would be the first phrase I write in my head. You don't have to literally write things, but it's kind of nice if you literally wrote it. You can take screenshots, you can take pictures, any way of exercising that. And that's kind of how you would do homework, so to speak, and testing, at least in my opinion. And I do that every single day, actually. I do like a smaller version every single day, and I do a bigger version every week, and I do a really big version every month. And then it can get longer and longer, bigger and bigger over time. It won't feel like it's a chore. It almost feels like you do it every day. Like then when you express to people and when you talk about things in that language, it will become natural because you've done it all the time, which is my quote unquote advice, I suppose, for how to feel natural in a different language or talk about something you're not used to talking about. Like for example, explaining biology to a room of chemists. Well, I spent most of my time writing in my lab notebook and writing what I observed and stuff. So I basically turned that into something I explain to the chemists. Because even if it's a different language, even if it's the same language, if you're talking about different topics, it can be very difficult. When a biologist talks to a chemist, it is very, very difficult to understand, even in the same language, as though they're speaking a different language. With German, you're not able to respond fluently. It's frustrating because I know what they say, but feels like you're tongue-tied. I can understand that quite a bit. I choose, so like I'm an immersion baby, so whenever my parents are speaking Mandarin with other people, I can't express it in Mandarin. However, I do substitute it with a different language. So instead of trying to constantly have a negative reinforcement and a negative frustration, I say the words I'm able to say, but then substitute it with anything else. And then over time, you can do the same with journaling. So when I said journaling, like write in a target language But anytime you forget what it is, substitute it with your current language. Then you'll know those are the parts that will. So you're actively still constructing language. However, you also get perfect reminders of where you want more in there. So to me, that's kind of the way I've learned personally in my life. So my Fujianese, my mother tongue that's not being educated on, is developed through this explanation. So I talked to my parents like, 좋은 건 refrigerator, 李明生, right? So over time, my parents also does the same thing to acquire English word implicitly. And it doesn't hamper their ability to be fluent. As in, what I mean is, they're not tongue-tied when they're asking and using English. They're substituting, so they're still comfortable, and eventually they start forming sentences in that way. So the whole like tongue-tying thing may also come from the idea that you need to be complete in order to feel less tongue-tied. However, you can bridge that by being less tongue-tied in the process. So then learning becomes very positive. As in, oh yeah, man. Nihongo o benkyou to do? Shimasu, right? Right. So like you're still forming the sentences. You're still making effort. And what happens now is that every time you forget a word, you get it's positive, as in, oh, I know what word I'm looking for there. Let's go and look for it. And then next time we'll get to use it, right? Nihongo o benkyou shimasu, right? As opposed to staying back and say like, I won't ever say this sentence until I know the whole sentence. And journaling can do that too. So journaling and doing wrap-ups will reveal to you like, oh yeah, that's a spot. I want to go back and look for that. And that creates an active thing. So then Duolingo and Anki isn't removing that from, like, you're putting in effort now to look for words that you want to use while being aided and supplied by framework of Duolingo and Anki. Duolingo and Anki is there to inspire you to create sentences that you're wanting to express. And the sooner you get into that mindset, you're no longer tongue-tied, because all the sentences are sentences you want to use, as opposed to the stuff that they want you to use. Eventually, you could end up using those. However, ultimately, the most important way to feel less tongue-tied is being able to express it in the first place. Regardless if it's weird or something like that, it promotes a positive learning lesson. Constant frustration is something that will probably stop people dead in their tracks, which try not to be so frustrated. And having not all of us, right, have the privilege of having a speaking partner who doesn't make you feel frustrated. So ultimately, strategies like journaling helps one become comforting. It helps you be like, it's okay, right? It's okay to not know this. At least I have an English word for it, or I have another, word for it. And for the time being, I'll go look it up. But I know all these other words too. It doesn't stop me from using the Japanese. Like, you're not waiting to use the Japanese. You're constantly using the Japanese while waiting on new words. And that can be far less frustrating. And you already told me that tests and homework already works well. So having a type of homework and tests regularly for yourself that you like to do might work even better. And that's typically why I ask people if they have anything that works already. Because now that you're self-studying, you can turn any of the things that used to work into something even better. because now you care about it by yourself. So yeah, hope something in there inspires something that you can turn into something that's useful, right? I know it's not an exact answer because I typically don't have exact answers. Usually learning deals with understanding very quickly as possible what works and what doesn't work for that person, and then taking what works and then blending it so that it becomes regular. As for copying mainstream, okay, I think it was still open, but I didn't go to it. There were so many arcades. I just went to a few and I was already walking past. Oh, okay, fair enough, Greg. When you went, because Sega arcades recently closed down, so all the Sega arcades are gone now. If not, maybe converted to something else, or they have new owners. I saw it in my Like a Dragon game, which is funny. That's how I learned about it, because Like a Dragon is a property of Sega, and then when they go to reproduce the cities, they had to rename or rename the buildings that used to have the Sega arcades in them, because Sega no longer have those arcades, interestingly enough. Honestly, was kind of disappointed after the first one. Not that it was a disappointing experience, but I went into a few and they were all basically the same, had all the same machines as each other. Well, yeah. After I went into a couple times, I stopped going in them because there was just other stuff I wanted to see. That's fair. I think the two most notable arcades are Osaka and the one in Kabukicho. I don't know if you went to either of those. I think if you went into the Kabukicho one, the theater square one, you pretty much have gotten the novelty already. You had a friend who took Japanese in uni, and a part of what they do was a diary. I think like once a week they had to try to explain something they did that week. Yep, that's pretty much it. You are learning two similar languages at the same time. How do you not mix them up? That is a general myth about languages. When you or not about languages, but about how minds work, in my opinion. I'm a person who practice association in order for memory. So not only is it not common to mix them up, it actually reinforces each other. So for example, if you're learning biology, it's not uncommon to learn something related to biology, like microbiology and molecular biology. So the idea is some people spend a lot of time learning and focusing on differences or how the degree of their differences. And yes, that provides a lot of contrast. However, if you practice associating things that are the similarities, like the same kanji, if you practice on doing that, you become very efficient at remembering things, because remembering one thing makes you remember the other thing. So oftentimes, that's what I leverage. It is something about practicing, right? So it is a practice skill. But generally speaking, for me, learning two different languages will take a lot more effort and difficulty than learning two similar at the same time. So I deliberately did this choice as a test, right? Japanese is really far from English, but it's closer to Mandarin, and that's kind of the experiment here. And then that's why I have no concerns about Spanish, because Spanish is kind of close to English, but I already have schooling on that, and now I have both angles. I worked on my study techniques on how to introduce myself to a language that's very different, and then how to maintain that with things that are very similar. you have ADHD, so it's hard to care without some sort of deadline. So I tried that with planning dedicated time. I'm learning Japanese now, so that you are saying is very helpful for this. Yeah, and think of it this way. If you need a dedicated time or an obligated time for yourself, think about it as journaling as a task. And I really understand that. Actually, a lot of times ADHD may be high functioning, and high functioning means you can get derailed, right? So you need some sort of regular stimuli, a regular stimuli that is predictable, repetitious, and self stimulating. So oftentimes, if you can think of it as a way of like, oh yeah, I'm challenging myself regularly to being really hyper focused on a task at hand. You may want to start with one every day, or like a 15-minute portion every day, then try to do it every other day, and then every 3 days, and then every week, and see how far you can get out before you get distracted from that plan. And that will give you like a good range of determining when you get too distracted. So that and you can start at 30 minutes, then you can maybe try to make it longer, make it less, see when your attention span, right, when you start getting distracted. Ultimately, I can't answer these questions because it's up to you to test these. I usually start with the time. If I notice myself losing attention, then you have to go and make it more frequent, and then you adjust that. And at some point, maybe it gets easy enough that, yeah, you can extend the time, or like you can decrease the amount of time, the exposure. So you can tweak how to get to the point where like, yeah, I can keep to this. That's probably what I would suggest when it comes to that. I suppose I have worked with and talked with various students that may or may not have varying degrees of attention deficit. And oftentimes, allowing yourself to be able to find a way to fine tune how frequent something has to be and how long it has to be is a great way to do it all yourself. So I would probably start with some arbitrary time, some arbitrary frequency, like maybe 30 minutes a day, journal 30 minutes a day. And then when you're very comfortable with that or not comfortable, you either increase the frequency or decrease the frequency. And you're still collectively learning regardless of it. In fact, there is also the alternative. You can add another depth, which is to constantly change it. If you constantly change it, then you're hyper focused on constantly changing it. So like if you're doing 30 minutes a day, do 31 minutes tomorrow, 32 minutes, 33 minutes, 34 minutes. What happens then is it keeps taking your attention to focus on increasing the length progressively. And at some point, you'll possibly reach a satisfying threshold. And that can create discipline as well. So, and you want to change it in an increment that you can feel the impact, but at the same time, it's a small enough increment in which you can keep changing it back steadily. And that gives like a nice little place to focus. It's like a focal point. Like, oh yeah, what am I at? 32 minutes. All right. Tomorrow, 33 minutes. This number up here, day 121, is kind of, I do a routine that allows me to focus on how often and how long I've been doing these things. So I do journal a lot, and a journal doesn't necessarily have to be 15 minutes writing a whole page of stuff. It can be various parts in your life. So for me, I record certain things. I make sure things are organized. I go through like my videos and I sort them. So these routines create hyper focus centers. that allow one to kind of stick to some sort of deadline or some sort of routine, if that helps. I myself do not know if I have ADHD or not. There are a lot of telltale signs that someone would suggest I might be slightly high functioning. With that said, and lots of the routines that I talk about tend to overlap with some of the routines or activities that other people do to try to negotiate ADHD. So hopefully that helps. Right. Just to give you a perspective that I'm coming from here. Most if you don't relate, you might be okay. Like not like you might not have as much of a attention deficit as you might think. Kind of thing. I find that oftentimes nowadays people are very hyperstimulated, whether they are high on the spectrum or not. And my advice or some things that I describe, I don't advise people professionally, so keep that in mind. I don't advise people professionally. However, the things I describe that I do tend to resonate with other people. So this is why I stream Duolingo, by the way. Not that I only use Duolingo, but I tend to stream Duolingo to illustrate that someone like myself who can be easily distracted or suddenly hyper-focused can do the same with some sort of routine. Sounds like we are similar in the routines part. Yeah, guess even with working out, I journal everything. Yep. I journal all my runs. In fact, I actually record that to some extent publicly so everyone can see the shorthand that I use for like recording my runs every day. So yeah, and since you already do that, associate your language learning journaling with your current journaling. It's not a big bridge, right? It's actually a very familiar bridge. So do that with active total recall, is what I call it, the total recall thing. Give yourself a blank piece of space and recall and write something in Japanese. And it becomes very easy, in my opinion, to express that to someone else in the future because you have done it already. You have practiced it. In fact, when I'm journaling in Japanese, every once in a while, I say it out loud, actually. I write and speak the words that I'm writing at the same time. So then when someone asks me, how's my day? I could say the things without worrying about writing them because I already practiced both writing and saying the things that I write. You know, use the most of an action. I had an old process with Spanish and I want to find time to learn it with Japanese, but man, I can't think about the amount of mind effort I need for it. I see. ¿Hablas español? Un poco. Un poco. Hablo español. Largely though, it's reading. Just reading. We'll have to get back to Spanish much later. Spanish is the last language that I will be adding to all of this. So at some point, we're gonna review Espanol. Someone asked me like, where do I think my Spanish is? Well, I haven't spoke rigorously or wrote Spanish rigorously in over 10 years. However, at the time that I stopped, someone asked me like what the level was. It's probably like at the beginning of intermediate. I think they would use B1. I would say maybe B1 is when I stopped. But since I'm out of practice, Virus recently likes to learn Spanish and they usually type. So it's kind of refreshing to be reminded of all the Spanish that I know or don't know, right? Heroko. It'll be eventually. We're gonna say another 6 months by the time I add Spanish. And Duolingo's Spanish is one of their flagship courses. So it will be very fun to see what Spanish feels weird or not weird to me. Yeah. Anyways, resuming. Let's go.
8月に面白いイベントがあります。
一緒に行きませんか？
大晦日に何をしますか？
大晦日。大晦日。New Year's Eve? 大晦日に何をしますか？ Let's see. What are you going to do on New Year's Eve? Oh, is it apostrophe New Year's Eve?
大晦日にどんなイベントがありますか？
So what's happening? How? Oh yeah, countdown. Oh my gosh, countdown. Countdown があります。Man.
10月にパーティーがたくさんあります。
Axka. Alright. That's enough. 4 is good. Keep it to 4, Axka. Keep it to 4. 10月にパーティーがたくさんあります。Okay. There are a lot of Oh yeah, no worries. This is why I stream. No worries. Oh, trust me. I stream a very long time on Duolingo, but I'm gonna be honest. Over 50% of the time, it's not actually me using Duolingo to learn Japanese. It's oftentimes talking about it. I think it's definitely I learn best this. So if I can't explain what I'm doing, then I haven't learned very much, have I? And not necessarily, I'm not just at the moment I'm not even, it's not just that I'm learning Japanese. I'm also learning how I learn language, because technically it's been a really long time since I learned a language, and the last time I learned a language, it was in high school and college, and that was a very different time, right? It was structured. This is my first time I've ever self-studied. So I'm learning quite a lot from other people, talking with other people, sharing ideas. So learning while learning, and learning a language while learning about learning, right? You gotta maximize your time use. Otherwise, and you're still in college though? Okay. What are you studying in college? For the record, I know how other streamers may be like, oh yeah, don't interrupt and whatnot. But to me, if I was self-studying Japanese and I didn't want to be interrupted, I mean, I would not stream, right? So I know how that sounds to other people. However, for me, don't be sorry about that. That's largely the whole reason why I'm streaming. Otherwise, we would all be just, I'd be hitting the books and whatnot, right? It's not, and I also chose Duolingo because it's a platform that you can stream it, right? Otherwise, it'd be like, I don't know, I'll have a video of whatever people like to watch, and then I'd be like on Pimsleur or something, and because time is money, I'd be using other things, right? Your major is biology? Oh, pharmacology, huh? Interesting. You don't happen to be Asian. Do you? No, I'm just kidding. I'm being stereotypical now. Pre-pharmacy sounds like a second gen Chinese, probably, if you're American. I'm doing this for fun. Sorry, it's not. It's for humor here. But a lot of times when you think of biology and pre-pharmacy, and someone who has an interest in Asian language and then have a routine and fairly analytical in terms of their approach. Oftentimes it's like diaspora, and if they have American idioms on top of that, it might be second gen Asian American. You're not? And you're trying to get into a pharmacy school? All right, cool. Have I watched MHA? What is MHA? Let me think. What could MHA? My Hero Academia? I have, but I stopped. I didn't catch up. So I watched it until they did the filler arc in like season 8 or something like that. So that's as far as My Hero Academia goes. Texka. So you're not Asian. Interesting. Biology, huh? Biology pre-pharmacy? Sorry, I was trying to be funny because I'm Asian American and my immediate family, like when you think about prospective career moves, oftentimes hobbies are not associated with their prospective career moves. And often it's either pharmacy, some form of very productive engineering, or they are becoming doctors. They're pre-meds. I was none of them, but scientists is, I guess it's fine. My parents understood. So you want to get into pharmacy school. Nice. How are you juggling all of these self-studying with your pharmacy or like your education right now, your major? Oh, and how is college now, wherever you are? I don't actually know what kind of college system you're in, but how is that? I haven't met a lot of people who talk about formal education too often, especially if you're in the United States, because formal education is kind of a struggle and a half at this point. Have I watched Seven Deadly Sins? I have, except if there's... I haven't watched the most, maybe 1 or 2 seasons. I have watched, or the last season, probably. I'm missing the last season. Like, I haven't seen it, but like I haven't seen the last season. I've seen most of Seven Deadly Sins. A lot of studying and dedication. Well, what do you do on Twitch, Kamiya? Just to give you a background, I know you didn't ask. However, just to frame all of this, what I wanted to do in my life for a while now was to teach college students at the undergrad or the graduate level. I did go to school for science. So I went to college for biochemistry and molecular biology. And then I went to graduate school for biology. And my focus was in virology and molecular biology, right? Genetics. And then I graduated from there. And then now the rest is kind of history. So I've always really had a passion for teaching college students. Your college students like you are in like that comfortable intersection between people who have decided they want to be learners for the rest of their lives, like scholars, and they're committed to it, right? While still requiring guidance and life experiences from those before them. So I really love like those college years. The first 4 years of college. Those are the people that I tend to communicate with fairly often. You use Twitch now for languages mostly? I see. Send help for that cat? What do you mean send help? Like, oh. Wait, I don't know what reference that is, Texka. What do you usually watch on Twitch for language these days? Actually, how far is your Japanese, by the way? Kamiya. I don't know if you were here, but I describe my Japanese as I think I can talk to a third grader in Japan. That's about where I would conservatively place myself at the moment. Maybe a third grader. You watch Anywhere, Anyone Really? And if they can speak English, I watch that. Oh, interesting.
8月
What kind of, like, what is your background in English? English is my common language, and if at all, I use English the most. Outside of, like, you will probably only hear 80 to 90% of the time it's probably English.
8月 8月
And I only started learning another language exactly the same day I started Duolingo. Japanese and English. I see what you mean. Oh, if they're bilingual, right? Like, or at least they have a command of English. I see. Interesting. How many, like, are you able to find that kind of thing on Twitch? I don't really think I understand if there's even a scene for that. Lots of other people suggested things to me, and I have seen a few streams where, like, it's largely the person who speaks Japanese and they're trying their best to be comprehensible in Japanese, as opposed to, like, someone who keeps going back and forth between English and Japanese. Less of those examples. I learn that way most of the time, as opposed to learning where most people use solely one or the other. Yeah, a lot of those. I see. Fair enough.
食べ物
Yeah, this is completely new for me. Usually I use video games. For the longest time, occasionally there might be one or two strangers who are interested in a video game that I've been playing, and a lot of times I use the video games as a way to talk about life routines, or like studying routines, or emotional awareness routines. So I typically use video games as a way to, like, how do you moderate video games so that they don't affect you negatively over time, that kind of thing. And it's kind of like studying or falling in love with learning a language and then suddenly falling out of love with learning a language, because it becomes increasingly frustrating. There's definitely parallels that you can draw between how a hobby in a video game and a hobby in language learning kind of goes through the same paths. So the idea of me learning language now is not that much different as how I'm approaching English or, like, playing video games. However, the thing that is different is the people I meet have a different perspective. Unlike me, people who think of language learning as something different altogether. So they approach language learning different from the way they approach other hobbies or other habits. And for myself, I don't. It's largely to connect with younger people who may be having, like, schedule issues or prioritizing and whatnot. So it's kind of fun challenging myself to figure out how to make language learning like video games and video games like language learning. How do you say I love large donuts in Japanese? 大きいドーナツが好きです。or が好き。Foxが。Oh, 大好き. Sorry, 大好き. That you said I love large donuts. 大きい. So it kind of looks like this. Whoops. Am I... Oh... Is there a... Oh no. Is there a t? Do... Do... Not... Oh. It's probably this. No. Wait. It might... Yeah, it might be... With a t. Whoops. Yeah, it's with a t. No, maybe it's a donatsu. No. It's probably this. Donatsu. Donatsu ga daisuki desu. Desu. Oki donuts ga daisuki desu. I love large donuts. Right? I don't... you might have to check on donatsu. Let's look at donatsu. Because katakana is hard. Nope. It's not. It's do the do is held out. So do natsu. Yeah, that. Donatsu ga daisuki desu. The katakana part is kind of rough all the time for myself because the mora, they keep changing up the mora. So like donut, I say donut. I don't say donut. But in Japanese, people they when they capture it, they think certain syllables are longer and certain syllables are shorter, right? But since I speak English regionally different, the mora is, yeah, the tus, and the, yeah, like the regional accent will change how easy or hard a katakana word is, right? Like I don't say donut like Homer Simpson says it, like donut. Like I don't say that. I say donut. So it's actually donatsu. So donatsu. There's no hold. However, if you say donatsu, I'm sure the Japanese person wouldn't confuse it. Maybe they might. I don't know, because like I don't hold certain things. So the tsu, like the skipping things and like and the end vowels and stuff, they change all the time in Japanese, but it depends. It depends which English they're using as a point of reference. Yeah, donut. I don't think I don't hold my doughs that much. But they do. Donatsu. Okay. Your Duolingo, you're on section 2, and I know both hiragana and katakana and like 10 kanji. Excellent. Excellent. And how are you using Anki to complement your Duolingo, or the other way around? You're also trying the Genki books. Ooh, you're yeah. If you're into someone, if you like bridging with English, I think of the two textbooks that are commonly thrown around, Genki is probably the one to go. If your preference is to use English as a bridging language, for sure. You're juggling a lot. Hopefully you make time for that, and also, take some time to rest. Resting is kind of underrated for a lot of people, and I know that can be a little tough for someone that might be very high functioning. And you're very high functioning. finding time to rest, it can be a difficult challenge. Resting regularly helps, in my opinion, consolidate the exhaustion and allows your memory to be a little bit more salient. And you need time to pass in order to test yourself, right? So without passage of time, it's difficult to gauge whether you have long-term recall or not, right? You can rigorously study for 24 hours straight. However, without the passage of time, you can't tell how much diminished return you might be encountering. Because oftentimes, some people might discover, the same person might discover, they spend 4 hours a day doing a task, and after optimizing themselves, like they are doing it, if they reduced it by 3 hours and they do a 1 hour session and capture like 95% of those 4 hour sessions, that's an idea of how much diminished return it is. So with the 3 extra hours, you could possibly do other things, or you could also rest if you're not interested in other things. And it's very difficult to appreciate that sometimes if you're really high functioning. I just pile on more things. So if I can do something faster by happenstance, I'll just pile on more things because I liberated time, right? That can happen as well. Entering that cycle of optimizing your life over and over again as a high functioning person, right? Oh boy. Countdown. Okay. Oh, okay. No, there's no way. There's no way I'm getting this. I can count down. Okay, kaun. Yeah, kaun. Oh, it's da. So da. No, okay. Okay, I was not that close. I already lost it. Let's see. A, u, do, da, u, Okay. No. Ibento. Wait. Yeah. Ibento. Oh, I typo. Ibento. Tanoshii desu. Oh. Oh, tanoshimi. Whoops. Tanoshimi desu. Whoops. And they use ga? Okay. They probably accept wa too. Here. Everything else is fine. Yeah.
今週末花火大会があります。一緒に行きませんか？
Okay, inviting a friend. Oh boy. Here we go again. Muni X, so it's T is A X XE community E Sen there's no way this is right. Okay, let's try again. Ko mu ni E Sen Nope. That doesn't look right either. Commune. Oh, commune. Okay. Community. Okay. Okay. That's fine. Son of a... Oh. It's a big... Oh, never mind. I wrote it differently. I said the community center is big, but it says it's a big community center. My bad.
このお祭りの食べ物は美味しいですね。アイスクリームの後、チョコバナナを食べましょう。
Desserts. Ice cream and chocolate covered bananas, right? Oh no. Oh, they're hitting me with everything. Illumination. So. I think it's iru me ne Sean. Nope. Maybe it's do me ne Sean? Nope. Okay. Illumination. I thought I typed that. Illumine. I swear I typed that. A lot of the people you've seen on YouTube don't like Duolingo. Yep. You have the free version with ads. Yeah, I'm on the 2-week trial. So I waited till like day 111 to use my 2-week free trial. And then the other times when I had super were at day 50 and 100 for 3 days. Yeah. And a lot of people on YouTube don't like Duolingo because one of the big things is you get a lot of views, and also it's very popular. So for every millions of people that use Duolingo, there is every vocal minority that hates Duolingo for the clicks. If I have to be perfectly, which by the way, when you have super, you don't necessarily have to have infinite heart. So you can turn that off. So if you're subscribed as a super, you can turn it off if you like working with hearts. The reason why I have super, whenever I get super like for free or something, right? I use it to do things like this, which is to mess around and flex the whatever thing is. However, when I'm practicing, you rarely need like you want to know how many errors you're making. However, in super, if you're freely making errors, you can go back and do all the error because it's a super feature, right? So different things, different functionality, different ways to make. Was it day 50 or 100? Every multiple of day 50 or 100, or the first week. So it's day the first week, the first 7 days, you'll get a 3-day super. Day 50 is a 3-day super, and day 100 is a 3-day super. Oftentimes, if you're like, I don't know if there's other landmarks. I've heard that it can end up on other landmarks depending on like the consistency. Oh, it's a 3-day one? Oh, okay. Yeah. Like early on within the first week, there is one 3-day free to get you rolling. You know, it's like kind of a business trick, right? So I wouldn't be surprised. And then when you hit 50 and 100, typically there's another 3 days. I'm on like day 34 of using it. Really? Oh yeah, on you mean on Duolingo in general? Yeah. I talked about that. Oftentimes I call these the super days. So super days I approach it differently. I approach it differently than days when it's not super. So I kind of like mark them. My approach is different. I'm more loose. Like I'm not worried about getting things right and all that stuff. So you'll hear me do weird things. uh Itsu illumination. Wait, no. That's not how that works. Illumination wa itsu hajimarimasu?
10月31日はハロウィンです。いつも家族とハロウィンパレードに行きます。
Okay, the person is describing a holiday, sure.
10月
10月 Can you yeah, I'll add you. Sure thing. 12月 right after. My keyboard just disconnect. Okay. Sorry, I heard the like something a USB device disconnected just now. Yeah, I'll add you right after this lesson. 12月 let's see. There's a Christmas event in Tokyo in December. 12月 What the heck? Okay. 12月に東京でmaybe we don't need double knees, but we'll test double knees anyways. Yeah, we'll test double knees. No, you can use two double knees. Tokyo ni oh no. Christmas no イベントがあります。12月に東京で Oh no. Really? Tokyo Day? I don't know about that. I don't know about that. Tokyo de Christmas no イベントがあります。I don't know about that day. Sure. 10月
日曜日8月3000食べ物
and touches. Yeah, I said ni when it's when they wanted day. They wanted day there, but I wouldn't use day there. It's about existence, and it's about a date too. So there's a Christmas event at a place in a destination. Although I guess Tokyo is no. I guess they're talking about like Tokyo as a relative space as opposed to an exact space. It's a grammar point. It's a grammar point much later. We're reviewing right now, so I don't know about that one, but maybe it has something to do with double knees. I don't know. That's a little contentious. There exists a Christmas event in Tokyo in December. When you're often talking about existence, you want to use ni, not de. Interesting. Oh no, performance. Okay, first let's do this. Shikaku no eki. Dang you. Sorry. The reason why I'm saying dang is I'm trying to avoid using kanji that I don't have. And that is kind of a lot trickier than one might think while typing the entries. How do I say this? Okay, that's not right. Maybe masu? Nope. Haru formats? No. Formasu. Oh, I might have missed a ma. I might have missed a ma. For I'm pretty sure that's how you enter it. Yeah. How do you type that? The little a, does it change it automatically? So the little a, you can type any foos. So any who's, sorry, any foos, any who's, like a who, like who, right? Any who. If you instead type it with the vowel that you want, it does it automatically. So for pa fo, pa hu, pa fo, as in fo, you can type fo instead of fu then o. The alternative is you can hit X and then enter the vowel. So there are two shortcuts. There's things like T, right? Like te into lowercase I. If you hit X, you can hit any thing. So if you type X first, you can hit any vowel. So you could do it that way too, and that's probably the most reliable way. So like if you needed T with a lowercase e, you can hit hey. So if you need a T, right? T, that's te plus lowercase I. You can hit te and then hit xi to get the lowercase, the little one. So you can hit te, type x, and then hit I, and then you'll get the T. I use standard English keyboard. Just standard English keyboard. Yeah, this is the IME on Windows OS, and that's what they're using. So the layout is standard English. 近くの駅にパフォーマンスあります。 Son of a bee sting. Wait. Chikaku no eki. Are you daying me again? I don't think that's correct. But this might be too soon. So, alright, fine. We'll start using day instead. We'll start using day instead.
ダンスのショー公園でダンスのショー
I don't agree. Wait, hold up. Hold up. I need to check this. Yeah, I don't agree. I don't agree. Adu and Idu are... I think in those situations, Adu and Idu are more likely to be used with ni in those situations. But we'll just remember. Okay. Ice. I forgot how many katakana words are in this in some units. Ice. Green. Son of a... Okay.
太鼓のこ
That's fine. Taiko performance. Taiko no performance. We got it. 今週末ファッションショーに行きませんか？ Sure.
にか
Okay. 土曜日に OK
に
土曜日に名古屋で maybe because of location. Just don't think that's a day, but fine. 名古屋でハロウィンのパーティーがあります。Okay, fair enough.
8月に韓国のイベント
韓国のイベントがあります。We should buy some food. Okay, some food. This I can do. Whoops. Okay. 8月。
8
Okay. Alright, now let's add. Man, is a kanji I just... Yo is a kanji you just learned, and me? What's the kanji for yo, and what's the kanji for me? I actually don't know either of those. I think. Is it a kanji thing? I mean, not a kanji. Is it an Anki thing? Yo. Yo. And me. Oh. Oh, I know. No, I remember now. I know what you mean. I know what you mean. I know what you mean. Sorry. Yomimasu. Yomimasu and mimasu, right? So these. Oh my gosh. Yeah, yeah. To read and to see or right. Uh-oh. Which radical it was? Oh, my pen stuck. Oh no, my pen stuck. Hold up. It's stroke order. It's probably these two. Yeah. Yeah, so this is watch and then read. Mimasu and yomimasu. For 10 minutes. It's kind of different because you need to also know stroke order for Mandarin. You'd be sometimes these radicals can be a little bit different, but this one's fine. This radicals. Yeah. Okay. Let's add you here. Thanks. We practice, you know, you write, right? You gotta write them. So what was your username? Kamiya? Oh. Oh, it's okay. Wait. You mean like the full phrase or the oh, okay. I was gonna go with it's as part of your name. Here we go. Pink, huh? Very nice. Lovely color. Alright. So I'm gonna continue doing this for a little bit longer. These are kanji. Kanji has no legend. Okay. You know, like some people have it's in their username, like it's me, insert name, as opposed to
中国語のテストは何曜日ですか？
alright, so 中国 okay. Gems? Yeah, I mean you just wait till super bonus, you know, like the free super and then do whatever with gems, right? I don't usually use gems. You might as well just practice for the hearts. What? What day is the... Okay. Oops. Okay. Jew... Oops. Oh, I screwed this up early. No, I didn't. Oh my gosh. Please. Sorry. Oh, warimasu? Yes.
午前のミーティングは何時からですか？
Yeah, yeah. So I hold off all the way until Super Day. So like whenever, like every 50 days or something, I hold off till then and then spend those 3 days legending as a form of review to review my old stuff. So I'm doing that now. The 2 weeks free super that they offer on the desktop version, I activated that 14 days ago, and it's right at the end of day 124. So these are the last 4 days of it. So I'm using that to review the stuff up to this point. I'm slowly getting back to my present. So the goal is to, in the next 3 more days, before I review something, before I do my big review. From what time is the afternoon? Oh no, gozen, morning. I miss time. Yo, gakko no yo 2時に学校終わります. Son of a bee sting. Let's see. 今日学校は oh, okay, that's fine. Yeah, 2時. Oh, yeah, that's
明
fair.
日のミーティングは何時からですか？
Sorry. From what time is tomorrow's meeting?
今日は食堂で食べましょう。
食堂で食べましょう。今日は食堂で会いましょう。Today we should eat.
締め切りは何曜日ですか？
締め切りは何曜日ですか？ What is the deadline? What day? Deadline.
午後のトレーニングは2回です。
In college right now, I'm taking summer classes, which are shorter in weeks. Well, they call them flex classes. Yep, sounds about right. So I'm taking General Chem 2 and Anatomy 2 right now. So your Japanese study is a bit limited. That's understandable. Oh, Chem 2 and Anatomy 2. I actually have little to like very limited anatomy knowledge. Yeah, the discipline that I went through, we did not. The closest thing is like a little bit of physiology, but the anatomy is like to the point where I still use common things to identify things, right? Common language, so things like calves, shins, foot, instep, right? Forearm. You know, you have your three nodes on your upper arm, right? Shoulders, traps, delts. Man, very, very rudimentary, like colloquial terms for anatomy. They never step into a proper anatomy course. Now you get to have a chance to did you know, instead of saying things like weenus. Sorry. That's probably like the most immature, but the first thing that gets people to giggle when it comes to anatomy, the weenus. Sorry. I try to stay young as much as I can. So whenever I think about like when the college student first enters anatomy class and they look through like all the different muscles and tendons like where they insert and then you land on venus, the part of the elbow. I think it's fun to laugh about it, right? Just you gotta have fun and smile while you're learning things. Some people might think it's immature, but who's having fun, you know? Who's having fun? Why so serious? No, that's a Joker thing. Let's not make it a little dark. The afternoon Duolingo is on the second floor.
フライドポテトは200円です。
Cranial nerves makes me sick. They are so compact. Ooh, yeah. Wait, did you get to the eyeballs yet? I listen to John Green a lot, and John Green had this bit about the craziest part about the eyes, where the eyes might as well be part of the brain because it's like quite literally attached to the brain through nerves, right? Nerve endings. There's not much like separating how the eyes are innervated by our brains, and then when you like see an image, like an anatomy image of how the eyes are connected to the brain, man, that's kind of creepy. It's quite creepy. The human body is a marvel, I tell you. Living things are a marvel when you try to understand them. Kind of why I love science, at least the biological sciences. And then you have like chemistry, and then you have like the physical sciences, and it's a marvel too. Like things are so neat. Like what I don't mean by like neat as in interesting. I also mean that, but it's so neat, as in you go from, oh yeah, they're so mysterious and it's so hard and complicated to explain, and then to the point where like when you think of fundamentals in the physical sciences like physics and chemistry, it's like it's so awe-inspiring because it's also so elegant. Whenever you like try to think, say, oh yeah, that makes sense, it's so elegant. It's so elegantly, for lack of a better word, calculated, right? Ah, man. There's something about science in both ways. Helps you really put some perspective on the complexity of things, even the simplest of things. I think you're enjoying the bio part of the school more than chem. That's understandable. That is understandable. Chemistry and like things, yeah. It done, yeah. In my college, I had a focus on chemistry. So I had this major called biochemistry and molecular biology. However, it was kind of like a hybrid thing. The only thing that was unique to that major was that we must have molecular biology and biochemistry. Before that, though, we get to choose whether we focus on biology or chemistry. And then I took to chemistry because of its elegance in exactness. However, after I graduated college, I entered more into biological sciences. So then it became more about oncology and viral life cycles and biochemical reactions, and contextualizing it into living organisms. I like knowing how to use math with molecules. Yeah, it's so elegant, in my opinion. There's something really somewhat special, right? I think there's room for someone to appreciate both, right? Something like the elegance of chemistry and like the physical sciences is contrasted by the somewhat looseness and kind of more macroscopic attraction of biology. Biology has this like slipperiness, like, yeah, you know, it's very applicable, and there's things that feel comfortable and intuitive, like you're trying to explain what is the intuitive. Meanwhile, like, you have the chemistry and the physical science side, there is abstraction and lots of like things that may not necessarily be comforting, or like you can't find semblance of comfort or intuition in it, but at the same time the stuff is incredibly elegant and designed. It's so precise, so unusually precise, as opposed to the more nebulous and kind of fuzzy part of studying biological systems. That was probably more that's probably more of a plug for biology than it is for chemistry. Okay. Today, okay. Not today. What's happening here? Furaido potato, no, furaido furaido potato wa 200 yen. 200 yen desu. Okay. French fries 200. Okay.
次のミーティングは何回ですか？
次のミーティングは何回ですか? Time is oh, what floor is the meeting?
スミス先生の授業は面白いですか？
Okay. Is
カラオケで歌いましょう。
okay. Oh, 歌いましょう。
この後カラオケに行きましょう。
山田先生の授業は火曜日ですか?
Okay.
田中先生の授業は楽しいですか?
どのバーに行きましょうか。
Oh, you know what? Let's test this. To which bar should we go? Duolingo? I trust you. I hate you. It works for a few of them, but it doesn't work for all of them. To which bar should we go? Disappointing.
田中健です。よろしくお願いします。
You still need microbiome, but I did biology for science majors 1 and 2, and I just completed calc spring semester. Nice. I'm guessing the gen ed requirements are still the same. So you need like a full year of calc, right? So you still have the fall semester to go. And yeah, you have 2 science majors. Yeah, and microbio. Is microbio optional? Do you have is there a different do you have other forms of micro, like micro level biology as a choice, like microbiology, biochemistry, maybe even a separate molecular biology course as options, or do you have to take micro? Micro is very essential for sure. Actually, in pharmacological stuff, you're probably gonna use a lot of those. But I would say like a discipline like molecular biology as a general thing, molecular it covers a lot of the concepts in microbiology that might be very essential depending on how you're gonna apply pharmacological stuff. For your pharmacy school programs, they want micro. Okay, yeah, because micro deals with a lot of like not just the microorganisms themselves, but sometimes you might bridge into how you manipulate them, like how they're used manipulatively. Usually back in my back up like a decade or two, one of the dividing lines between microbiology and molecular biology is molecular biology tends to involve a lot of perspectives of how to manipulate things, and it often overlaps with microbiology because the things you manipulate tends to be dealing with organisms like that, like E. coli and etc. But yeah, I can definitely see that in any form, micro and molecular, maybe kind of, in my opinion, very biased. Micro and molecular are the parts where it becomes very interesting. I think those are the two classes that will eventually become very interesting for anyone who's pursuing something that deals with medicine in general. Micro, molecular, genetics, and sometimes organic chemistry if you're really into that. Organic chemistry, but biochemistry is a soft bridge. So oftentimes it's biochemistry as opposed to organic chemistry. Organic chemistry is when you're deciding if you want to go into synthesis, right? Synthesis for pharmacy. I still need a lit class and a public speaking class for those prerequisites. Oh, the gen ed requirements. Yeah, I actually took British literature, my literature class requirement. Interesting that they require public speaking class. I think we had a public speaking class requirement, but that was offset because I was already giving a presentation. We had like a presentation class or something where you gave seminars and speeches. Literature, I definitely took classic British literature. It was one of the most memorable things. I think my gen ed requirements, it's underrated. Later in life, when you kind of pull on your general education requirements quite often. Like I still talk about music theory and music history to this day. Psychology was one of my electives as well, my gen ed electives. Sociology was also one of my gen ed requirements. Then I had classic British literature. Oh, Brit Lit is what you're requiring? I think it's wonderful. Like Brit Lit is wonderful. Yeah. And I took Spanish for like language requirement as well. I also took logical systems. There was a elective on logical systems. So that's the stuff that, when you think about the opposite of philosophy, where like A equals B, if A is like B, and if B is greater than C, is A greater than C, kind of thing. Logical systems. And then I took another course on empire building, modern empire building. I think gen ed requirements are underrated, but I can definitely understand when I was younger, I couldn't anticipate how relevant they are now. However, if I was young again, I probably still think the same things. Like, yeah, gen ed requirements are less focused, but it's hard to argue with my position now how rich and important they are to inspiring me later. It's pretty underrated. You like writing, so I think it's my strong suit, like school-wise. Oh, okay. I don't know how much writing pharmacy school requires. Certainly though, writing is definitely something that is an edge. If you're excellent at writing, that's a wonderful skill. Right, next to communication, speaking skills. So definitely not knocking. Do not knock on underplay writing and speaking. You can be very, very intelligent and incredibly well specialized. However, in the end, right, you live among human beings. You live among colleagues and whatnot. And a strong foundation in writing and speaking is almost unquestionably foundational to one's professional career. I mean, to this day, most of us individuals that have great writing and communication skills, they're usually not the people that you hear about when they're successful. Right. The successful people that can write and talk, they speak and write in ways that doesn't draw inappropriate consequences, so to speak. I'm being a little nebulous about this, but generally speaking, it is very, very startling, almost a novelty nowadays, that individuals who write very well and individuals who communicate very well are those people that you don't see very often. Because ironically, they are very unrelatable, if you know what I mean. Like, being exceptional at writing and speaking is something of a novelty at this point. It's not really sufficient. It's not necessary to be on the internet, right? Like, if you spend most of your time on the internet, it's really not necessary. However, when you're not on the internet, you don't hear those people, because those people are the ones that are writing and speaking when they have to. It's pretty eye-opening. I'm sure you'll probably come to develop this in the future if you continue to pursue refining your writing skills and your speaking skills, that there are definitely two worlds out there. One of colloquial speak and writing, which you must adapt and be able to accommodate, and another world where you have your eccentricities, your esoteric writing systems, and your proper speaking mannerisms and whatnot. And I'm trying to kind of sort of illustrate this a little bit. I would not speak in this type of I don't use this type of too often while I'm streaming. It would make it sound perhaps pompous, disingenuous. Like a lot of times it's due to xenophobia. Like, when someone is speaking in a different type of diction, it can come off as dubious, disingenuous, dodgy, maybe overly complicated, political, very business oriented, or maybe overly formal. Oftentimes that boils down to an emotion of not feeling empathy or compassion. So you'll probably not hear me speak like that most of the time, because it can be off-putting to individuals. We stick with like words like slap, fire, and mansplaining. And should I think slang and less formal makes people more comfortable? Yeah. Hence the casualness, right? Casual, right? What's the opposite of formal? Casual. Or what's contrast with formal? Casual. And if there's anything that hits differently, is people who learn Japanese, if you know what I mean. Of all the times to bring up the contrast and appropriateness between formal speak and casual speak, would definitely be people who are learning Japanese. In English, it's a little harder to appreciate, largely because there's really no tension. Like, there's no actual mechanic or tension around it. It's deal with diction. Diction dictates a lot of the formalities in English. So you can legitimately substitute your entire regular vocabulary for a different diction in order to sound formal, as opposed to learning it as a obligatory thing. Like, it would be so interesting though. I wonder how English-speaking countries, right? English-speaking countries would change if they approached Japanese. I don't think it'll even fly, really. Approach English like Japanese, where the kids are taught diction changes between formal English and casual English. Like, yesterday, for example, or maybe 2 days ago, I was demonstrating the phrase sufficient, right? Sufficient, but not necessary. I think oftentimes this phrasing is very important. However, when you're speaking colloquially about like advice and results and stuff, usually they're kind of expressing this, only it's not quite it, right? It's more indicative, like you need this, right? But it's not qualified whether, or do they mean is sufficient, or is it obligatory? Yeah, you know, the list goes on. Generally speaking, don't. You can flex a little bit upward. You can use words like, oh, you know, that's intriguing. You've piqued my interest. I'll place that into consideration, or something like that. Or instead, you can trade it off for phrases like, oh, I like that idea. I'll think about it. Sometimes, though, there are situations where I think you can read between the lines where someone would use particular vocabulary, but not quite necessarily understand how to contextualize its appropriateness. So here's an example. When someone goes up and say, oh yeah, that's suboptimal. Like, okay. Proceed to explain how it's suboptimal. However, instead, they go around and they end the statement like that. It's like, oh, that's suboptimal. I'm like, I'm okay. Like, I'm not sure if you're appropriately using that word. You have to qualify what suboptimal is. It's not like a word you throw out like, this is good. Like, okay, that's fine. You can say like, this is good, this is bad. That sounds like a feeling. That's great. But when you go up to someone and say, that's suboptimal, now you're entering inappropriateness. So in expectation, you're going to have to explain how it's suboptimal. So if you stick to casual and colloquial speak, it gives you that air like, oh, you don't need to explain any further. It's acceptable. Accept what it is. Start getting technical, and then someone comes up, they speak and they try to be technical with you, and then you just happen to be someone who's very technical but choose to be approachable, then the person will become defensive. It would be like things like someone say, okay, well, this is the most efficient way of integrating X, Y, and Z. And then immediately I'm like, oh yeah, this guy's very technical, right? You trust them. They're very technical. So let's get technical. And then 2 sentences later, they're like, bruh, I don't take it so seriously. I'm like, oh, okay, well, that's type of my type of interaction a lot of times when it comes to getting writing and speaking down. When you invite formal speak and business speak, sometimes it's not quite clear, at least to me, that this person understands the words that they are using, in my opinion. So being a good writer and speaker is fantastic. It's an asset, especially for interviews and jobs and whatnot. It's a different world out there, a world that most people don't see on the internet. You don't see it very often. It's kind of the boring side of things. People aren't interested in that in the internet, on the internet. Although I do beg to differ somewhere, right? There are some places where you have these people speak, like, it's kind of like watching C-SPAN. I don't know if you're in the United States, Kamiya, but it's kind of like sitting there watching C-SPAN. Even I wouldn't sit there and watch C-SPAN. You know, where like the House of Representatives and the senators like go over nitty gritty over like all the legislation bills. Like, I can't. That's even beyond me. That's too technical. I don't know if you oh, you're in the United States. Have you ever tuned into C-SPAN, where there are people every day, like they go there and they discuss the technicalities of the bills. Like, that is even far too technical for me, and that's a different world. That is definitely a different world. Like a minute before you lose interest. Yeah. I applaud the policymakers out there. I'm not built for that. I am definitely not built for policy making. Tanaka-san desu. Wait. Oh. Yoroshiku onegai shimasu. Looking forward to working with you. Oh, I'm looking forward to working with you. Oh, Tanaka Ken-san.
宿題はいつもたくさんありますか?
Someone has to do it. Yeah, that is not me. That's kind of how I try to stay grateful to most things. I come around thinking like, I know nothing about this. I'm grateful that someone else knows something about this. And I think that's a very reasonable perspective when it comes to like a scholarly acceptance. Like, yeah, I can't do it. I have to be grateful that someone else is doing it, right? Man, imagine every single day. That is like, you know, maybe 5 days out of the 7 days you walk in and that's what you do. I can see myself, if I have to do it, maybe there's a way, but it's so far off that I can't even begin to approach it right now. I always wonder if I wanted to go up to a policymaker and ask them, do you like to do this? Or like, it's hard for me to imagine someone like, yes, this is my lifeblood. I always wanted to argue and debate about policy for like a third of my life. Hats off to all those people. Hats off to those people. I'd be terrified answering media because you know people always disagree. Yeah, it's a responsibility that I can't assume myself. It's not a cowardly thing. I think it's more of a humility thing. Maybe the money supplements that anguish. I hope so. For the benefit of the governing body, I hope money continues to supplement people to do that job, because we need governing bodies, right? In order to create order. I'm grateful that there are people who can be motivated by money supplements, where I can choose to do something like this, where I'm not motivated by money supplements. So it's kind of like an interesting privilege, right? I get the privilege of doing something that I don't have to predicate on money supplements in order to complement a job that I have to do, or maybe somehow roped into doing for a bigger purpose. Or like, I'm not saying it's a better purpose or a worse purpose, but it is a bigger purpose, right? A governing and policy has many ripple effects to things. While they do that, I hope that money supplements continue to be a reasonable encouragement for them to continue to do that. For myself, I don't want to end up being like, oh yeah, people don't want to, money's not good enough anymore, so who's going to do it? Like, it's not me. So thank you. Right? Sometimes we get too caught up in what motivates people, but we also got to remember what they're doing, right? What they're doing in order to motivate themselves. So honestly, I actually think if money is a solution, it's awfully a simple solution compared to something like solving depression, starting a family, having closure when you die, you know, being able to be at home with your kids while also maintaining actions that will ripple through millions of people's lives. That is, if money can solve those problems, then heck, continue doing the money thing. I think while people generalize a lot about the money supplements, I also think that we got to embrace human condition. If money is a solution, it is most certainly a very simple solution. It would be great if it were true. Some people sometimes believe that is the solution, and yet we still have problems beyond money, like feeling appreciated, feeling like you have a purpose in life. Those nebulous things don't get solved very often. Mycology and general study of medicine is a reason why I wanted to become a pharmacist. I see. Most people assume it's money, but I see the money as just a benefit to something you're interested in. Yes, it's icing on the cake. Money is a powerful solution though. Yeah, and I think it's a simple one. And simple is useful. It's very pragmatic, right? I wish there were even more powerful solutions, in my opinion. So like when I see a politician, right? I would love to see the politician not only get money, but get a sense of well-being, a sense of positivity as a politician. What can that do to a politician? It can make a politician very positive, right? Unfortunately, money, in my opinion, is a bottom line. It's a powerful solution because it's a bottom line. But I wish even more for people. right? I don't want someone to work and they come to me and say, well, at least like it puts food on the table. It's like, man, I would love for you to say it not only puts food on the table, it's extra because the thing you're doing is the thing you love to do. That would be like utopia, right? It's like money is a powerful solution, but having that other phrase requires an even more powerful solution, and there isn't much of that going around. People don't get the jobs they want. They don't want to do things where money is not the primary motivation, right? Imagine what it's like if you go into a doctor's office and that doctor is smiling because they're not just doing it in order out of obligation, and that's, that's kind of idolizing world. But that's kind of what I love when I see someone who's doing a job and they're just brimming with they're glowing, they're practically glowing, right? And I see that in content creators until I don't. You can see the startling difference between someone who's was lucky enough to have a position where they're not motivated by just money, but the money is extra. Mr. Beast. That's off to him, right? When you have a more powerful solution that also includes a powerful solution like money, you get an unbreachable, uncompetitive, because no one can compete with someone who has a solution that includes money and more, right? Not only do they get money, the powerful solution, they also get more beyond that money. And those people are unattainable. It's like, it's such a rare case. It's to the point where when you watch them and you watch what they do, it almost blindingly radiates back to you. It almost dwarfs how not so powerful money is. It's still really powerful as a bottom line. But man, people who have both money and something else, they're practically glowing. It's like, it's so palpable. And that's kind of, when I think about it, like in a utopian world, and obviously utopia is a idealistic theoretical concept, but that's kind of it. If I had to imagine a world, that's kind of what I would think. Yeah, it's a rare breed of person, right? It deals with luck. All the things just fall into place. This person not only can make tons of money, they don't even think the money is all that important, because the solution to their lives and their ambitions dwarfs how money. That's nearly impossible, right? Like, it almost feels impossible to people's conception that it's not about the money, and yet money pours into them, right? That's so cool. And I kind of think of Mr. Beast as that in the content world. You just see it, like when he just in interviews and stuff, when he describes his work style, it's insane. Like, he works really, really hard, but he has more than money. Like, there's something else that's propelling him. It's not even close. It makes money look like chump change. Not only that, his content makes money questionably weak. It trivializes the money, and that is like an incredible flex, in my opinion. That is like the most insane flex, when someone can make money feel like it's not solving problems. Like money is not what's capping this person. That's crazy. It's like it feels like, oh yeah, this is the most powerful weapon in the world, and suddenly you come across someone who has something more powerful than the most powerful weapon in the world. Unicorns. Unicorns. There's something magical about that. It's not to say that they don't exist. Duolingo stream slowly turning into a philosophy stream. This is how it goes. Kamiya. This is how it goes. I want that's usually the whole point of it, right? You want to feel comfortable, learn something. Wouldn't be worth if it's just a Duolingo stream, would it? Right? Making someone feel comfortable in their own skin, or keeping them occupied, or leaving an imprint on their memory, that's the most valuable thing one can have. Not some, you know, derivative, pragmatic. You got plenty of those. Like, just go look at a Duolingo speedrun or something. And good company. Good company. Kamiya. Good company. Let's see. So, shukudai. Shukudai wa itsumo takusan arimasu ka? Do you always have homework? I hope that in college there are professors and stuff that engages you similarly. I can't express how much of my mannerisms. I still haven't gone back. I've met with him a couple times in my life, but I still haven't gone back to really pay my respects to the it all really changed in college, and it takes like one person in a person's life to really shift and send them down a path that they wouldn't have otherwise realized. And honestly, where I started was in college. Things really went sideways, upside down, all over the place, and landed in a place that I couldn't possibly imagine. So this thing, all these things I'm talking about and all my perspective was started, it all was cultivated when I went to college. It wasn't even about the biochemistry, but how the biochemistry was approached. I took that person, that inspiration, and I hope you continue to find that. I think college and university, the hidden like extra value you get is often through the interaction and understanding of the people that are doing it. The context themselves, like the content itself, may change and ebb and flow, but the experiences you get from being around people and that stuff is almost inconceivably priceless. You have an English professor who has really been there for you since your first semester? Aw, that's so sweet. I still go back to her personally, and my bio 2 professor is also like that. Yeah, see, they have a genuine love for helping students. Yeah, you got to know how to pick the. Here's the thing, right? It's a feedback loop. If there are, and I still believe there are plenty of those people out there, when a student or like someone, it's often your parents, right? When they are able to pass forth that same type of concern, you yourself become more hyper aware and be able to intuit seeing those people, and at some point you end up becoming one of those people. So that's why I love when I hear people say, oh yeah, you know what, and then this person can't stop talking about another person, and that is some person that is directly affecting their life, right? Eventually that impressionable person is going to be able to pick out and understand how to identify these people, and they themselves will learn and they will become those people, and it's an investment forward. So you will probably eventually acquire all those things that those caring professors are associating with you. And that, in my opinion, is why formal education still has a place. The only downside, the harsh reality right now, is that because of social pressure and societal things and shifting and politics and whatnot, not everyone gets that opportunity. It's so much rarer these days than it was before. Because everything's like parasocial. Most things are parasocial now, where people decide who they want to relate to, but that person that they're relating to is not aware of the existence of the other person. So there's the social norm no longer is a direct interaction or accessibility to a person that can offer guidance. It's usually at arm's length. So now most people are presuming and assuming what this person behaves and want to speak like. So it's a projection of their depiction of this person. And we know that on the internet, the person you're having a parasocial relationship with, it's not all there. You don't get to see the other parts of their lives, and you can't ask them. Oftentimes you don't have the opportunity to ask them about how they would react, or so the person that's having the parasocial relationship guess what they would do. Like things like, oh yeah, there's no way my favorite hero, this hyper polyglot, would think Duolingo is worth their time. Like, well, you wouldn't know. Did you ask them? And then suddenly, like, they would maybe by chance they would do a review of Duolingo, but it's a snippet, it's a snapshot of what they would think. Did you ask them, how would you make Duolingo work? You didn't ask them because they don't care about it. The idea is most people now are getting a projection of a limited frame of someone who might be incredibly influential and very, very possibly potentially super helpful. But that potential is only as great as the feedback or the ability to get advice from that person. Most advice are indirect on the internet. You're trying your best to point that out. So if you have a whole generation of people who rely on their intuitions, of which they don't have any yet, because they didn't go into an environment in which you can pick them out. So like for you have an English professor and a Bio 2 professor that will give you an example that will influence your way of picking out people in the future. So these people have left an imprint. So when you go on YouTube, those characteristics, you might be able to use that experience and characteristics to pick out appropriate people, even in an indirect way. There are kids who grow up with minimal contact and feedback. So everything they get, almost a large majority of the things they get, is a hustle presented indirectly. There's no interaction, there's no feedback. The only feedback they get is whatever they decide to do. So if it doesn't work, it's obviously not their fault. It's whatever the person who doesn't even know they exist is fault, right? So there's still a place, in my opinion, for formal education because you get that opportunity. And nowadays, whenever I hear someone go off to college, my first recommendation is, hey, go and talk to your professors. Your professors may change your life, right? It's an opportunity that most people don't have anymore. Also, like learning a foreign language. If you get to talk to a Japanese person, go for it. It's an opportunity you don't get very often anymore. So that's kind of the crazy thing at the intersection of language learning. You use my rate my professor when choosing, so it helps picking a good one. Yeah. Before it used to be like kind of a joke. What I mean is like people may get mixed results from rate my professor, but now that people don't even bother doing that anymore, right? Don't bother doing that. It's up to the people who self-select themselves, who are willing to do that. So ironically, I found that stuff like rate my professor has become a place where you have to really care about that kind of thing to even do it in the first place. So nowadays it's ironic a little bit, but it became less and less of a the popular aggregate scoring kind of deal. I think, in my opinion, this is a case study, obviously. Rate My Professor is one of the few cases that it didn't go that way, where like a rating database kind of went down the poop chute, like Yelp reviews, for example. Sorry, Yelp, but I'm sure they understand. It's hard to deny sometimes when something becomes rapidly popular and then they constantly encourage viewer engagement, like user engagement versus quality pre-selection, like heavily incentivized reviews, then Yelp, things like Yelp and stuff can be weaponized, right? So it didn't go that way, at least my impression of Rate My Professor. I was in the earlier days. I was well in the earlier days. It was right before I started like TAing that Rate My Professor has become a thing. So it's been a while. Yeah, your English professor introduced me to a Brit Lit professor because I asked her if she had any recommendations on who I should take. Exactly. That is exactly what I mean. Exactly. Your philosophy professor I took a few semesters back has a really low score, but I read the reviews and it's because he wasn't afraid to express his opinion, which probably obviously didn't agree with. Yeah, he was so nice and a great teacher. Well, there you go. Right? You're able to take the information and synthesize it. Sometimes that's just not the social norm right now, right? That's not the social norm. It's whoever echoes louder. It cuts the effort, right? You don't need to make too much effort if you go with where the echo is loudest. Like for me, if I obeyed the loudest echo, right now, I would probably be screaming bruh every other sentence, probably trying to sell myself as the best gamer in something. It could be any video game. It might be a video game no one's heard of, but as long as I'm the best in. And I need to convince people that I'm the GOAT. And also, as a language learner, I should be streaming something like, I should be doing Anki sessions and dual wielding Pimsleur, and making sure that I completely champion one skill over and over again. And maybe drill pitch accent. That's probably something worth a few clicks in optimization. I've hit a lot of buzzwords. All those buzzwords came up multiple times. I'm not saying they're not important, obviously, but they don't mar me. Like, I'll get to them when I get to them, right? And it's pretty neat that you managed to meet a great professor despite maybe you have an unpopular opinion, right? I have an unpopular opinion a lot of times. So is there room for philosophy talk while learning Duolingo, learning Japanese while using Duolingo? Absolutely. Unpopular opinion though. Shumon, right? Yeah. And you just revealed that you had a philosophy class. Very nice. I didn't get a chance to take an elective in philosophy. Max credits, that is. Like when I was in college, you could take more classes, but you would have to pay for them, right? So if you max out your classes, you don't get a chance to take more. Like
かわいいブラウスを着ます。
I took sociology because I wanted to know about sociology, and I took psychology and logical systems, right? Those are the three, but I didn't take philosophy. Those would be the four. My philosophy came from being a hobbyist. So I wanted to take like a statistical approach, sociology, and then I wanted the psychology, obviously, and then I like logical systems because it helps with logic, right? Like the hypothesis testing and methodology testing and whatnot. And then I wanted philosophy, but we didn't quite get to philosophy as a requirement. There was too many overlaps of interest. You're also in world religion class. Interesting. What do you cover in that one, actually?
かわいいブラウスを着ます。
Why Burausu. Osu. Usu. Yes. Burausu.
かわいいブラウスを着ます。
明日は彼氏と映画館に行きます。よく映画館でポップコーンを食べます。でも明日は食べません。
Tomorrow he will eat a little popcorn. I didn't hear this before. Or maybe a lot of popcorn, right? Yoku Yegakan e popcorn. Hold on, he didn't say that much. Demo ashita wa tabemasen. Although, oh, you're not gonna eat any tomorrow. Fair enough. Why not?
青い靴
So far is about just the uniqueness of each religion. I see. So you're doing the contrasting. But also how common each belief is not as unique as people might think. Ah, yeah. So comparing and contrasting. Nice. Did you happen to touch on Shintoism yet? Or, to integrate your interests with Japanese learning, Shintoism? Maybe even go into like Taoist, Confucianism, and the current state, like the post-communist type, like the agnostic or the atheism as well. Next week is Shinto. Ooh. So did you go? I imagine before you hit Shintoism, you already went like Taoist, Confucianism, and Buddhism, because Shinto is kind of like a mix and match. It's a really interesting, like, a mixed bag. So you can definitely do some very interesting comparing and contrasting between Shintoism with like Buddhism, Taoism, Confucianism. Right now it's Buddhism, Jainism, interesting, and Hinduism. Okay, interesting. I imagine Shintoism is gonna be a segue into a lot of those, especially Buddhism. Buddhism is a good segue into Shintoism. Typically you also sprinkle in some Taoism and Confucianism, or like historics of how Shintoism came to be. But Buddhism is a big one, for sure.
青い靴
This is from my high school. I didn't take a college elective on religion, but in high school we were responsible for that, for the different regional, at least like the macro religions, much like language, right? The macro religions.
青い靴
Most of the stuff that I learned about Shintoism was largely not high school dependent, just my interest in Japanese. Next week is Shinto, Confucianism, and another one. Yeah, you have to check. It could be Confucianism or Taoist, because like Confucianism is pretty influential prior to the atheist phase, nationalizing the nationalistic atheism that takes place in China.
青い靴
青い靴 Wait,
青い靴
what? Oh, 靴
私の彼女はとても優しい人です。いつも友達の誕生日にケーキを作ります。
I like baking cakes, especially for birthdays. Or their birthday's coming up. Anyways, they're a very nice person, and they like cakes. They like making cakes, baking cakes. 作ります。Sikhism, okay, yep. Taoism, Confucianism, and Shinto is planned for the week. Yep. Yeah. I'm always curious how people spell Taoism versus Taoism. So I have always, I haven't looked up why it's always flexing between D and T's. Maybe I know this would be a weird question to ask, but I would probably be curious in asking that question to your religion professor. Like, wait, why do people flex between Taoists and Taoists? It's referring to the same thing, but still, kind of a weird thought. A language-related thought. Okay. 美味しい. Oh yeah, in Shintoism, there's a lot of things that deal with the language. So when you're learning Japanese, there's quite a lot of things that are that deals with Shintoism. So it's pretty interesting. You can probably find like an elevated interest because you're studying Japanese. Chocolate.
おいしい
美味しいチョコレートを買います。おしゃれなネックレスも買います。Can I rate your account 1 to 10? It's a 10.
デートで何をしますか?
I don't do account ratings. It's a 10. You're using Duolingo. Maybe it has to do with a dialect or pronunciation for people who can't say Taoism. I'll ask Monday. Dude, if you do, solid. I would love to hear the person's explainer for it. Yeah. Because to me, Taoism would be something Americans would be like, I like it. I like it because our T's are D's, right? Like if you're an American speaker, you like your D's, less T'ing. But Taoism isn't that bad from like towel, right? We say towel, toilet, and stuff, so it's just not that too far apart. So I wonder where the D and the T is accommodating. We still got ta and da in Japanese, so it certainly couldn't be that, right? What about Mandarin? Do I know enough Mandarin? Wait. No, there are T's and D's. Like, hung, right? Oh, yeah. No, hands down. It's not accommodating Chinese people. At least that's my impression. Testo. No, date. Testo. Date de nani o shimasu ka? Hold on, don't know. Oh, pop. Oh, hotdogu. Hotdogu o tabemasu. Imagine asking, what did you do on your date? We ate hot dogs. We're going to eat hot dogs. It's okay. Fancy hot dog. You feel like Vsauce would make a video on this? Indeed, Vsauce would most certainly make a video on this. Dude, the second coming of Vsauce is incredible. I think that dude at Vsauce really knows what he's doing. Yeah, it's the second coming. I remember when there was another golden age of Vsauce and it looked very different. But now, man, that guy is really hitting his stride too. The second coming. This is like the second peak. Kudos to that guy. Keeping the little noggins in people thinking. I'm quite like that. I feel that the Vsauce guy didn't succumb to the hyper trend setting things that mars a lot of possible information, right? I really enjoy his clips. That's how I consume Vsauce nowadays. His clips are brilliantly wonderful.
Oishii. 素敵
素敵なレストランに行きます。Sure.
美味しい
美味しいワイン Yes. 美味しいワインを飲みます。
彼氏はどんな人ですか？
What kind of person is your girl? Oh, is a boyfriend, huh? とても Oh, 元気な人です。Oh, another way to say lively. Interesting. Forgot about that. きれいなドレス
ドレス
を着ます。Sure. レストランで誕生日の歌を歌います。to sing. We sang a birthday song at restaurant. 映画の切符チケットを予約します。Reserve a ticket, a movie ticket. How about this stylish suit? おしゃれなスーツ No, thank you, Kamiya. Not necessary, but I appreciate it. I don't have any benefits for subscriptions other than my gratitude. Appreciate it. おしゃれなスーツYes. スーツはどうですか? Son of a bee sting. Oh, I forgot this. That's fine. Who cares about demonstratives? Heck demonstratives. Okay. ケンさんのプレゼントは腕時計 No? Oh, 新しい腕時計です。Okay.
新しい
Watch. We just spent 2+ hours on some good advice. I think you are as well deserving of subs. Oh, I appreciate those kind words. Things are free though, you know? It's I like to give a shout out to all the people that I was lucky to encounter that made my life incredibly privileged, right? They enabled me to have a very privileged life. So, my parents and all the people that I've met along the way, all the people, those professors, right? The professors you are describing and all that, Yoko, that is so wonderful that you have people like that. They will make, I mean, I know this might be a little bold. I don't predict the future, but by the time you become my age, I feel like if you manage to get a little sprinkle of luck and networking and whatnot, I think you'll surround yourself with incredible people, successful people. You yourself will attract other people like you, in which those people inspired you too in return, right? And at some point, you get to just continue to do what you like to do. And then whenever you have to do something, shrug it off. You get it done, right? That's kind of the life balance I feel many are capable of doing, but perhaps not many were given the chances and opportunity to develop that. So 1% at a time. I, in my opinion, have gotten to a privileged position where I can spend time maybe entertaining one person, and maybe that one person can then invest forward in another person, and so on and so forth. I think that's generally the perspective of the professors that are reaching out to you and trying. They believe, in my opinion, I would say we would have a very wonderful roundtable coffee explainer that if you help one person, that person could help another person, and it's multiplicative from there. You have no, it's very incredibly difficult to gauge in hindsight from a person. A person will always be an individual at the end of the day, you know, like stand alone as the only person inside your head. But it's incredible how much investing, when the opportunity affords itself, that you can encounter people who then encounter other people. So thank you. 2 hours well spent, but it's always well spent if you can leave a person with a piece of you. And that's kind of what I do most of the time. I strive to at least leave something. Right? It could be a bad feeling. That's happened before. You know. It can happen. But yeah. It sounds like you're definitely going to be a-okay. I wouldn't be surprised if you would end up being a pharmacist in Japan even. Actually, have you ever considered that? Have you visited Japan before, Kamiya? That would be a interesting way. Like, those professors you have mentioned definitely made an impact. Even when I was feeling incompetent, yeah. I think that highlights one thing that's even better than I can ever conceive. When you have someone who doesn't make you feel more incompetent or being incompetent, but make you feel that even within your incompetence phase, everything will be okay. I know it sounds coddling and stuff. I'm more of a coddler than I am a whip snapper. So whenever I see an opportunity to encourage someone, it's kind of nice. It's opportunity well spent. So if there's anyone, if you feel incompetent at the time, I felt incompetent too. Actually, thanks, Manifest. Thank you. One thing I have to say when it comes to incompetence is that I don't think the people who make you feel the competent people around you will often make you feel incompetent. But the nice thing is when you're around them, they make you feel like even no matter how incompetent you are, everything's gonna be okay, right? I think that's just priceless. So what I say about that is because this professor, this person that influenced me a lot, I don't even know how to convey how much he influenced me, but I have met like we have met back, like me and my friends have shared a meal with this person post graduation, like many years post graduation. And when somehow the topic came up about like how are students these days, and then the first thing that actually me and my friends agreed on was that we were really incompetent back then. We were so lazy. Like, just understanding what we could have done in retrospect, and then this professor, basically said, "What do you mean? Like, you guys were doing great. I mean, you did your best." Like, they have such an aged wisdom about them, and that's kind of how I am now. So like, that comment that I was making, that I'm telling right now, he was the same age when that conversation, when he was around the same age as I am now. Like, he's much older than me now. But when we were talking back then, and all my friends and I, we were getting close to graduating, like we were deep in our PhD careers, and he was talking about stuff and sharing, and he still has that same old enthusiasm and crazy, things. And at some point I remember, like, I just had to say something, like, we were lazy back then. We did really well, but we could have done better, right, in retrospect. But he took it upon himself to be like, well, you were kids, like, you were younger and all that stuff. And like, no, that person has perspective because they've been teaching kids, right, or like teaching students in that age group. And now, pretty much around his same age now that I am, I feel the same way. So it's kind of one of those things, like, it goes full circle. You have someone who says, like, no, you don't understand. You will eventually. It's okay, right? Fast forward, and that's kind of how that works out. So lots of times there's something really, really precious and awesome about that. It's kind of like raising a kid, right? You trust, you share your love and the opportunities, and having the assurance, like, okay, I know you're hurting right now, or, oh, this seems unfair, or, this seems impossible, but you'll be okay, right? If you have someone like that, those are the people you keep with you. Yeah, after a few mistakes you made in the beginning, I treat every opportunity with, like, more gratitude. I know, right? And you seize them, right? When you see opportunities, you seize them. That's where that more gratitude comes from. You seize them and don't push them off and whatnot. Like, yeah, I'm better than this opportunity, or, oh, this opportunity isn't good enough, or, oh, this is a mistake. Like, you start entertaining all of it. It'll all be okay. Great times. Thanks for the share. It's incredibly heartwarming to hear someone having a good time in college. I have a personal friend now that I met through online, like Twitch and stuff. They're going through college, and that's still my advice today. Like, remember that the people that are in formal education are there to try their best. So, like, farm them, quote unquote, farm them. That's my, like, edgy way of farm them for advice. Like, make them notice you. The ones that will notice you will likely be someone that will lead you to the future. They will be able to network. They will earnestly, you will know. It becomes very obvious when you input some effort and see if they reciprocate back. Obviously, there will be people who won't reciprocate back. With that experience, you can become better and better at doing so. How do you get great at knowing what are good opportunities and bad opportunities? By doing them, right? Like, what I mean is, if you're always there waiting for the perfect opportunity, then you have no experience to safeguard you against poor opportunities and excellent opportunities, or appropriate opportunities for you. So it does take trial and error to some extent, regardless of how well informed you are. Obviously, there are very amateurish like red flags and whatnot, but the nuances of finding optimal opportunity requires experience too. And one of the optimal, like, reasonable places to get them are people who spent a lot of time with opportunities, or like your professors or your academic advisors. What more appropriate person to give you a possibility of, appropriate advice and opportunities than one that who literally has to do that for a living, regardless if it disagrees with you or not, right? One is more experienced than the other, not someone who has a parasocial parasocial relationship with. Unfortunately, I mean, if you ask those people, they'd probably be like, yeah, I'm not comfortable knowing this, but hey, if you have a family or friend who is also kind of like similar, go for that. The people that I would say would be like John Green and Hank Green. If I sat down with John Green and Hank Green, I'm like a fanboy of John Green and Hank Green at this point. If I sat down, they would probably feel a little uncomfortable if someone went up to them and said, I'm your biggest fan. I know you don't know that I exist. I basically use your life as a blueprint for everything I make decisions in my life. I would feel like someone like that, if they actually had direct connection, they would feel very uncomfortable that your advice, your main source of advice, is coming from a parasocial relation, as opposed to someone who is in integral and direct contact with you. And it's such a privilege to have that. The advisors I have had go by a guideline from what I experienced. The professors have helped me build a schedule based off your prerequisites. Sounds like they're doing their job. At least, you know what I mean? At least. I don't think you get that very much anymore. That's kind of what you're paying for. I don't think you're paying for... I know this is going to downplay some of the formal education stuff. You're not paying for the content. You're kind of paying for the people, so to speak. So like, and then here's another thing. This might be an unpopular opinion. The cost of how much that costs is really how expensive those people are. Not necessarily the content, if you know what I mean. The content you can probably get on the internet. So yes, some people could make an argument it's like, why do I need to learn math from a professor when I can learn on the internet? That's true. But what you're paying for is the person, not the content. Like, because the content, yeah, you're right. Like, if you want to learn math and you're self-motivated, you can probably learn the same subject. But what are you not getting from self-studying and brute forcing and learning math on your own? The person, right? Like, what do you think is the most expensive part of the education? It's accessibility to the person. Like, I can definitely agree with you, and it's true for all around. Like, the logic is sound for most of the people who don't like going to formal education. Like, I hate the classroom, I don't like learning math. It's like, yeah, that's true, but that's not what you're paying for, in my opinion. The thing that costs the most is actually the people. So the stickler between paying a really expensive education at a university is that you have a better odds of finding the people that you can get the money's worth, not the content. You can get the content anywhere. You can go online. Like, language learning is just that. right? When someone asks, oh, what's the difference between Duolingo, Anki, Pimsleur, LingQ, etc.? They're all apps. They're not people you're paying for, right? And then when you go and suddenly think about the gold standard, is like a person. A person is the gold standard. So, and it's not accessible, right? It's not accessible. So, to me, the mindset is it doesn't matter how bad you're doing or how good you're doing. If you have access to the person, everything will be okay. A person cares about your success, then you'll be successful, in my opinion. You'll likely be successful. You're more likely to be successful when people care about you. Self-study, content, those things do not care about you. That's up to you. You make the value out of the content. Because the other person doesn't know you exist. So all of that is great, probably free, accessible. The question is, do you have enough people in your life that have imparted wisdom on you to be able to synthesize all that information? I think over these couple 100 days or like couple months, I've met some really, really brilliant people. However, it's pretty clear to me that they don't talk or interact with a lot of people like directly. They interact indirectly. Like, oh, I know this, here's my advice. I know this, here's my advice. Have you ever talked to someone giving advice? Like, have you ever exchanged advice? Because that's not how that works. People don't listen to people who keeps talking at or past the person. They talk with the person. So most of these things, in my opinion, become incredibly apparent when the person themselves have the privilege and the opportunity to interact with another person. So your professors, whether you're intuiting it or not, or you're like analyzing it or not, you, in my opinion, that interaction will leave intuitive experience onto a person that makes you valuable and makes that professor valuable to you. Because then you will go on to be able to teach, explain things, right? You don't even have to teach anything. When you're at a job, you have to sell things, right? So you have to connect with people. People don't have to connect with you. You just have to connect with people to sell them things or to get them to do things, right? However, those professors are interacting with you now. So you're probably going to get a lot of experience doing that interaction. And then when you go on to like do professional work and interact with team members and stuff, you're probably going to do the same. You're practically a sponge for communication. That's kind of where the whole like, if your parents don't interact with you regularly, where else are you going to get these interactions? In my generation, it wasn't the internet, it was everything else. So most of my mannerisms and stuff to this day comes from my friends I met in college, my professors, and all my advisors. On the internet, you're guessing how they're behaving by looking at what they're doing. You're not directly interacting with them. I like those interactions. I used to like to do solo work, yeah, starting college, but now I enjoy working with others, especially those who care about the work. Yeah, exactly. I think you highlight one of the biggest separators between scholastics and let's just say the self-entrepreneur, right? I can tell you now, agreeability, diction, communication, and writing, it's like night and day. You can pull, like to me and you probably at this point, because of how you're interacting with your professor, you can probably pick out who are the people who work professionally and work in a team versus those who choose not to take open criticism and be able to work in a team environment, right? It's not to say that they can't be successful, because there are pioneers who, like, they're one-man shows. Fair enough, you know, one-person shows. They just happen to be visionaries, and that's great. People have to work with them, right? Because they're the GOAT. That's fair enough. However, you can pick out who's driven by themselves and who's a team player. So when you ask advice in the future, you know exactly who to pick out. If you had an opportunity, you know, you're limited in time. If you can pick 10 people out, and they'll say, like, in the internet, you can talk to any 10 people, right? And then you give like 200 individuals. You're more likely to consistently be able to pick out the person who immediately will care about you and offer you advice that's tailored to you than picking out a person who you hope you're exactly the same, so whatever their advice is appropriate. The chances of you being exactly like the person, and then they only care about themselves by giving their advice, so then it helps, right? Because you're exactly like the person, versus a person, no matter what you ask them, they will try their best to know what's useful to you and then provide advice. So those are two very different people, and they both can be incredibly successful. But the way they talk, the way they write, their mannerisms and stuff become incredibly obvious when you're exposed to it. And kids who do not go to like any form of institution, forced to, they don't usually get exposure to situations where you have to do this. So naturally now, in my opinion, the vast majority of people that I interact with now are people who are alone. They only have themselves to rely on, and that sucks. They are really talented. They're incredibly hardworking most of the time. However, they are filled with insecurities, anxieties, and whatnot, because in my opinion, I would be insecure, anxious, and worried if no one is there to catch me. Right? You can be incredibly talented. You can place so much stress on yourself, and you can be successful without having the ability to interact with other people and knowing that you can be helped and you can help others. There's no safety net. So if you fail, you burn, right? And what is left to catch you? Well, maybe Google and other people will come up with an idea, or perhaps someone, a stranger who walks by and just happens to be that person that can catch you, right? Otherwise, you have a whole population of people who haven't decided to prioritize knowing that you can't do everything yourself and be able to surround yourself with networks. The reason why I say this is it's not like my life was perfect. It was very big dips and very big highs, like highs and lows. But the one thing that allowed me to do all those things without having to worry is there are other people. There are networks. So even when you're so incompetent, you're lost or something, you don't crash and burn. They pick you up, and you probably become stronger for it. You definitely had those crash and burn moments with failing something, but you are right. People have been there for you. Yeah. And I'm absolutely enormously grateful for the people that have been there for me. For sure. Even right now, like, Duolingo could get boring and Duolingo could get rough. Maybe Japanese language learning could be rough. But man, I sure as heck build a lot of even tangential and reinforced influences. That's how you feel right now? For real. You feel for real? Yeah. You can't discount that. If we're gonna crash and burn, we're gonna crash and burn together. Is kind of what I tell people. If someone needs my help and they're in a dire situation, my only purpose would be to do the thing with them, right? Just do the thing with them. That's the best thing you can offer. Like, hey, you have a problem now? I don't know what that problem is. I don't have that problem. So let's do the problem together, because now your problem becomes my problem. So if I fail, we both fail. If there's anything committal about that, is that you're not in it alone, right? And advisors, teachers, parents, anyone who's in a mentor position, somehow, in my opinion, is likely going to indirectly make it feel that way, directly or indirectly. Like, hey, I'm going to this class because I believe in the teacher, I believe in the professor, that they have my interest, my best interest in mind. So oftentimes when you go to a great university, whatever that may look like, I'll give you like a background, in like a little spy into some professors, like background stuff. Sometimes when I'm like teaching a class and stuff, in fact, me and my old boss, we used to talk about how to write exams, right? And we were like, oh, you think this is a good question? Like, what if the students, like, so you spent a lot of time trying to figure out, like, oh, wait, how do we find out who are in trouble and who aren't? Like, so a lot of times the exam questions and stuff is not necessarily just for our benefit or like challenging the student. A lot of it also determines if any of the students are in trouble, right? Because the ones that are doing well, they're going to do well. That's fine. But generally speaking, you can also figure out these things. Like you can tell when a professor is designing something that is elevating the bottom line as well as challenging the top, versus a person who's like, yeah, you guys are screwed. Get out. Like, here's your F, right? So there are a lot of things that go into it. On the flip side, some people may argue, oh yeah, but you want your students to do well. It brings in more money. It's like, yeah, it does that too. So there's lots of counter arguments, but it's one in my opinion, it's all of the above. Not only does caring about your bottom line in your students bring in more money, it's also the reason why some exams can be easy and some exams are hard, right? And that's kind of things that I don't think people will consider unless they really end up doing the position themselves. Your Chem 2 prof is so cool. He's admitted all the failures and feels like he is one of the students. Like, his explanations are so well thought for people who don't do well with all the big words. Yeah. For myself, I think when the whole class does well, I think the class does well. So oftentimes I'm more of that guy, like, yeah, I can't. Sometimes it's difficult to talk to 40 people at the same time. So office hours. It's generally office hours. But here's the kicker. In this day and age, you could have all the office hours you want as a professor, and the kids just don't want to talk to you. It's because it's become to a point where like they're insecure, and what I mean by that is it's hard to encourage someone to be like, yo, like, if you're having trouble. So instead, at least in my opinion, with me and other people, we go about trying to figure out how to find out which students are in trouble, as in like which students are struggling, because yes, we need to help those students before, and it's a lose-lose situation, by the way. If a student drops out and a student fails, like if that keeps going on, it hurts the program as well. You lose money for having lots of dropouts after you have accepted them into your college. So it's a lose-lose. It's not the thing where like, oh yeah, we might as well just cut the rope, let the student fail, you know, hope they transfer out of the university. That's just, in my opinion, a lazy band-aid. So lots of times nowadays, students can't even express, at least in my opinion, I'm given the impression I no longer work like in a teaching capacity or something. It feels like even the students who go to college are having problems expressing what their problems are, or even seeing that they have a problem. So it's definitely in a way up to a teacher to also be able to see that their student is struggling. You can have all the office in the hours in the world and be as accessible as you can. However, you have to still encourage the students to be able to go seek advice and whatnot. And that's kind of the thing, right? I think the internet has made it so that, oh, you can always solve your own problems. That's kind of like another deep cut here. Nowadays, I feel like people are so sure of themselves when it's okay to bank on someone you have access to. It's one of those things like, how often do you say, oh yeah, I got a guy, let me go talk to them? Instead, it's more like, okay, let me go research it. Okay, so X, Y, and Z says this. I'm like, okay, well, if they say this, then that's fine. It's no longer like, wait, let me spend a day, or give me a day or two. I know someone who has gotten a lot of experience here. I'm just gonna go talk to them. That might be your parents, by the way. So that stuff happens way less now. And then there's to the point where I think the vast majority of people are like, nah, I got this. It's like, what do you mean you got this? And it would be like a 18-year-old who believes that their future is being a hyper polyglot, and they have determined what their first like 30 years of professional life is going to look like, all because the internet has hustled them into thinking that they could plan all that out. I'm like, I'm 37, I wish you luck, but even I would not be confident at the age of 18. Imagine knowing everything and yet expecting to learn something and have that stuff that you learn along the way not change any of your perspective. Somehow your perspective is going to stay the same regardless of how much you learn along the way. That's what the internet, in my opinion, has kind of convinced a lot of people that is normal. That's why the plan I made this space for advice and recommendations, yeah, I open to that type of feedback, indeed. Yep. Indeed. Indeed. Good head. Good head. How does that say? Atama ga ii, right? Atama ga ii. A good head, or smart in Japanese. Atama. Yeah. This? Atama ga ii. Atama ga ii. Yeah. Atama ga ii. A good head? Yeah. A good head. Yes. I don't know why it keeps changing to English. Yeah. This. Good head. A good head. Oh. I mistyped. Sorry. There we go. Oh yeah, if you look up on Reddit, people advice on pharmacy is so negative. Yeah, I can imagine. They just tell people not to go into it. Yep. which some of the reasons they list are valid, of course. Just it seems maybe the path they went down is not the common one, or something they did without feedback or criticism. Yeah, so the question is, did they offer a very great narrative that confirms things based on fear, doubt, and uncertainty, as opposed to evaluating, like the points can be incredibly valid. That's what confirmation bias is, right? You can confirm as many valid points as you want. It doesn't change the validity of the points. They are valid. The question is, did you get more than just confirmation bias? Right? If you start off negative, did you also get other things? Right? Most things can sound incredibly provocative if you only see confirmation bias. Also, Jozu, uphand. Uphand, Jozu. Yes, manifest. Yes. I'm gonna finish this prompt, and I'm gonna switch gears. We gotta switch to Mandarin and put in some Mandarin work. Mandarin is not on review right now, so son of a... Oh, it's Kimas. Did I put Hikimas? Oops.
おしゃれなレストランでステーキを食べます。
Hang on, it's fine, it's fine. I'm fine. We'll be fine. Oshare, oh no, Oshare na restaurant de steaky. Okay, we're going to eat steak. Oh. Contractions.
この白いコートはどうですか?
Contractions, man. Yes, I think the bias is against retail pharmacy. Yeah, big pharma. That's fair enough. Which I plan to specialize in pharmacological oncology, and there's not much advice on that. I see. Yeah, big pharma. It's a big echo chamber. Big pharma is a big deal. Like, for example, oh, here's an analogy to what you said that prompts a lot of the things. Lots of people hate Duolingo on YouTube because let's not forget that Duolingo is also Big Core. It's Big Core. It's an IPO and it's a publicly traded company. So there's quite a lot of potential confirmation bias on how to make a tool work. Right? A tool is by nature incomplete. Right? It specializes in something. It prescribes something. So it's not one or the other. It's part of a bigger whole for someone. If you start identifying yourself as the tool, then that is ironically the paradox that most people enter. So for example, yeah, it's dependent on the user. So the tool itself is not the definition of the user. It's the user of the tool in the end, right? So a lot of times people make this really paradoxical argument about people who are in Duolingo. One of the things are like someone would come up to me and say like, oh, you know, Duolingo is bad, don't use it. Here's my advice. Okay. And then I would say something like, well, first, can you explain to me how you know that Duolingo is bad for me? And also, can you explain to me how you know that I'm not already doing other things? Right? You didn't ask, which you did ask, Kamiya, and that is absolutely fantastic. So the asking, and then suddenly their defense was, oh, it's just like a Duolingo user to identify as the Duolingo. Like, what is this white knighting for Duolingo? Why is Duolingo a double standard? And I'm like, it's not. What you don't understand is that you yourself is identifying as someone who's anti-Duolingo. You have defined yourself as a manner of which you start by saying something and revealing your hand before offering constructive criticism. That's what the pharmacy parallelism is. You start by saying, I hate big pharma. Here's my advice. That is the preface. It is the disclaimer. When someone asks me a question, I also provide disclaimers in order to preface the advice. So people typically reveal, in my opinion, when it comes to unsolicited advice, they tend to reveal their hand first. So I use that as a manner of evaluating if this advice is appropriate for me. Well, I am a person who has used Duolingo and continue to use Duolingo. So when you start your advice by saying you're wasting your time and Duolingo is useless, how could I possibly conceive that that's not disrespectful? And also you have my well-being. You don't have my well-being in mind. Literally, someone came onto my stream once and said, oh dude, why are you so defensive and acting sarcastic? I was only trying to be kind. You started by being kind by saying the thing I'm doing is useless. How can that be interpreted any other way other than self-serving? When you asked me for advice, Kamiya, I also asked you to define something that works for you. It contextualizes my advice for something that's appropriate to you. And you asked me about Duolingo because it helps inform your next question. So that's very different. It's two intellectuals talking to each other, not someone who's out on an agenda. So that's why I do worry a lot of times when people go on subreddits and YouTubes and the algorithm. Remember that the algorithm is also predicated on echoing. It's echo chambering. So if you think you're a miserable person, an algorithm would be certainly very, very good at reminding you how miserable you are. Because if you keep looking at miserable content, it will continue to provide miserable content to you, right? It will convince you from confirmation bias for better or for worse. So, opposite of that, I have been approached by very young people who think that everything comes easy to them. Meanwhile, I'm having a miscommunication with this young person. The irony, the paradox in that is this person doesn't even realize that we're having miscommunication, not necessarily because this is coming easy to them. I mean, it's not coming easy to me. I rarely think that communication is that so trivial. So that's algorithm. That's confirmation bias. What is the internet in the future going to look like? It might look different, honestly, because there's government concerns now and people are worried. You can convince yourself of anything if an algorithm can provide enough of it. So it's wonderful that you not only have an example of trusting in a professor after analyzing and integrating what you're looking for. So that those are great indicators, like your philosophy professor. It's a great indicator that you are synthesizing information. You are critically thinking on your own, as well as being able to trust other people. Not necessarily confirming anything that agrees with you, right? That kind of thing. Have you also tried typing for the Japanese box option? Or it doesn't work, only English? You can use a tab completion manifest. So I haven't been using my mouse the whole time. So kono shiori shiroi koto wa dou desu ka? So, like this. Yeah. You use tab completion to type this. So you type like H will pull how because how is the only one that has H, and then you pull the next one, which is A, and it's the only one that starts with A. Yeah, that's English. Wait.
この監督の映画は面白いです。
Yeah, did you not? Yeah, I was doing that. Wait, how long have you been here? Like, what I mean is, that's what I've been doing the whole day. Sorry. I didn't know if you were watching or not, but that's what you do, but it doesn't come up. Like, there's no keyboard. Like, you don't enter it in a box, if that's what you mean. Other than that, yeah, you use the keyboard function. When I do reviews, I do keyboard function. I don't know what else to tell you. You're asking me something that I've done many times before, so I don't know if by coincidence you just haven't seen me do it like today. Like I was earlier I was talking to Kamiya for like 2 hours. The only thing in there was the Japanese box. So I don't know. I'm not sure if you're referring to something else that I'm not unaware of. Yeah, I like Duolingo, it's fun, and I like reminders plus the competitive factor. Fair enough. Like it's how things work before making a negative judgment or hearing other people share their negative experience doesn't mean you would have that same experience. Exactly. But I also take that negative advice and keep it to the back of your mind to compare. Exactly. You can use any advice as a form of comparison because you have to interact with these people, right? For example, right? If you are to become a professional, one must encourage oneself to be cognizant of all your opponents. So what makes it less discouraging to me? Well, I know that every 2 months in English. Yeah, in English. So in this case, you type the English. So you would like type this. You would type the sentence out, or you would try to type the sentence out. So like this. I didn't read this director's movie are interesting. Yeah, you would type the English. As opposed to W or and like yeah. So you would type the equivalent. So you write T to grab T. Yeah. And then the Japanese will always be like Japanese. And then you have numbers for these things.
人
どんなプレゼントを買いますか?
So there are a few things that you can't use keyboard for. Because they haven't implemented it. For choices. Yeah, I think what makes someone incredibly strong in their arguments and validity, like watashi, you type W. Yeah. I mean, for option this, you would type T, right? Yep. What if watashi, do you type W? Those don't come up. Oh, you mean like this? You can't select them. Nope. No, you can't select these like the same way. If you mean this way, like can I pull ka? I can't pull ka by hitting KA. Because otherwise it's just a box. Like you just get a box. Yeah. Oh, I didn't know that's what you meant. Yeah, you can't pull these. Oh, that would be useful, in my opinion. Yeah, you can't pull these up. That's a good point. Yeah, I think the science, right? Science. What is the strongest point of one's hypotheses? Or like the strongest, how do you reinforce a thought, like a hypothesis, right? You test the null hypothesis. The stronger you are against all your counterexamples, the more likely the argument that you're making is strengthened, not just by confirmation evidence. So when you're trying to prove that your hypothesis is correct, not only do you need confirmation of your suspicions, you also need to refute all your criticisms, all the things that go against you. So naturally, as someone who is a streamer or something like that, who needs to make a compelling argument for the use cases and demonstrate that they're experienced at evaluating something, you not only have to address all your critics in a manner that acknowledges their existence and all the criticisms that they have, you have to address them in a manner that is receptive to those things. If you continue to do that, not only will your product and your ability to evaluate things improve, and critically, it is also becoming more comprehensive. So all of the criticisms of Duolingo, I used it to do things to plug up those things, I suppose. Like a lot of people say, oh yeah, Duolingo is contextless. It's dead sentence construction. It's like, yes, most certainly, it is very dead sentence construction. How do you solve that problem while using Duolingo? You create your own context. So for me, I brought in my own context. That journaling idea, that is something that I do outside, and I bring it into Duolingo. So when I'm using Duolingo, I don't have to be absent from that. And then when I'm not using Duolingo, what does Duolingo do that the other things don't do? So when I'm using, like, when I'm on a vlog, right, and I'm thinking about these things, what can I integrate that Duolingo does well into that? So they benefit from the criticism. So if you have negative experiences, it's very important that your strongest opponents are also where you can possibly grow the most from if you pay attention to them, right? If they are earnestly focusing on taking you down, then they are probably your strongest places to get refinements. If they are truly objective, of course. Like sometimes you have to distinguish, right? They might just hate your guts, and that's something you have to deal with too. You have to, like, be able to counter argument. But if they are legitimately constructive, then they will offer you all the necessary things to accommodate Duolingo's weaknesses. For example, so when someone says, I prefer to use Anki to learn grammar, and I'm like, you're right. Duolingo really does lack grammar points, don't they? Let's go fix that. Let's go add that, and I'll continue to use Duolingo, but not for the grammar. And then when someone comes up and say, oh yeah, you know, Duolingo kind of sucks. They don't teach you grammar. It's like, you're right. They don't. And, you know, the person would say, well, yeah, that's why Duolingo sucks. It's like, well, yes. Like, so why do you keep using it if Duolingo sucks? Like, because I already learned grammar from somewhere else. Next. What's your next counter argument? It's like, oh yeah, well, Duolingo doesn't sound native. Like, it teaches you poor pitch accent and it sounds synthetic. And it's like, you're right. You're right. That's a really good point. And then they're like, well, that makes Duolingo useless. Like, No. Like, well, aren't you worried that you're gonna have poor pitch accent and sound native? You should be listening to vlogs and comprehensive input. Is that you're right? And I also do that too. Like, then why do you keep using Duolingo? Well, Duolingo does something else that those things don't do. Right? And now you've plugged up all the counter argument. Right? And not only that, when someone asks, oh, do you only use Duolingo? I will be able to name 16 things off the top of my head. Because I do all those things. Largely because negative people have provided me with the inspiration of things I have to plug up. So am I ever concerned about not becoming fluent with Duolingo? The answer is no. Because Duolingo is in addition to everything else. In fact, I think using something that is, to other people, comically bad at teaching welcomes criticism that you can farm. You don't even have to go anywhere for the advice. You just get the advice. So it's humorous, in my opinion, that someone says that, oh yeah, but you seem salty, like you're a really bitter person. Someone literally told me, dude, what's up with your sarcasm? You're so bitter. Like, bro, go to therapy. I'm like thinking, all right. I mean, like, you don't know if I'm going to therapy. You didn't even ask. However, all your advice, thank you for them. You're not benefiting from this advice because you're not asking for any, but you've given me advice and I'll take it. Thanks. And that's about it. Right? Literally insulting me to my face, but it's, I mean, it's relatively inane because obviously for every one of them who choose not to grow from an interaction, I have benefited from it. So you can't really be salty about benefiting from free advice that no one asked for, I suppose. You can use it however you want. I think what you are explaining helped me with kono, kore, sono, sore, and the likes of those. I wrote those in sentences outside of Duo to try to get a good sense of what context it is used in. Yeah. Anki too. Yep, exactly. It's great for that story building. Yeah, I built stories around the quote-unquote lack of context, right? So here's the thing about the whole like dead sentence construction. You're going to have to construct your own context anyways, right? So I did use other ways to construct context with all these things. However, if I'm already doing it in Duolingo, I probably don't even need a tool anymore to construct the context for these things because I've been doing it. And it's due to the criticism of other people. However, they never asked me if I had trouble contextualizing anything. Now, if you're not very imaginative and you don't like doing story constructions, and you tell me that, I would advise you to not use Duolingo because it doesn't provide enough context until you get to a very specific point in Duolingo. Perhaps my only workaround of this is if you have enough Japanese comprehension and you can skip all the way to section 3, unit 38, I think. There is story content. And actually, when you get into section 3, occasionally, like 30% of the time, you might get prompts. But that's not sufficient. If someone is like completely unable to create stories, right? It has to be aided. I'm not that kind of person. I'm a creative. Like I like being creative. I don't want to literally see it. So actually, it's actually quite entertaining to imagine where the heck I would use these phrases in the first place, right? And that's extra work I'm doing. So what does that do? That slows me down. But to what end? I'm already making stories. So if you're asking me to imagine how I'm going to use these phrases, I'm already doing that. I don't need Duolingo to provide me the incentive of when I'm going to use those phrases. Like yabai, yabai, and even Genki, depending on the situations, right? I'm on section 2, unit 3, but I take my time and write the words and vocabulary, maybe even try to decipher. Yes, decipher grammar. And then if you cross-reference it and see if you get the decipher right on the implicit grammar, it's actually really fun. That's what I did for like the first, I don't know, couple weeks. It kind of is kind of slow rolling with the grammar points, but whenever I say like, oh yeah, this is a grammar point, let's go see if how off I am or how on point I am. And it's kind of fun. It led to a bunch of really comical moments where like, oh no, you would think that makes sense. And then someone chimes in, it's like, nah, you would think it makes sense. And it turns out it wasn't. And then sometimes someone's like, hey, have you noticed this? It's like, yeah, I have. Okay, let me best explain this. It's probably this, right? And then you get like, you nail it and it feels great. If you don't nail it, it's still funny because you tried. So there's a element of Duolingo where it doesn't hold your hands, ironically. And that's grammar. It definitely does not hold your hands with grammar. And I think that's almost intentional. That's legitimately almost intentional. That doesn't hold your grammar. In fact, in their philosophy blog, they said that there is something natural to associating patterns while you're enjoying it and then acquiring the grammar later, then putting grammar and comprehensibility of like bigger order things to restrict the way you form sentences and whatnot. So they give you example sentences, regardless of how ridiculous it is, and allow you to implicitly figure out what the grammar rule is. So if it's not for you, then it's not for you. And my advice is do all of the above. Find out what works for you. When someone says, oh, do you learn grammar from Duolingo? Like, you learn implicitly. If you can't learn implicitly, go somewhere else. I would suggest maybe a lot of people like Cure Dolly for their grammar stuff, so go there. Right? Plenty of examples. Plenty.
どんなプレゼントを買いますか?
Uh-oh. Oh, wait.
どんなプレゼントを買いますか?
Sorry. Okay. We gotta switch gears. Yeah, we gotta switch gears. Today was supposed to be a chill day, so not too bad. Although, let me make sure. Let's plan something here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7. Okay. We have 7. We have 7, 23, 30. So am I able to do 10 each day? We'll see. Do you write like a blog? I don't write like a blog yet. I kind of sort of try to, but it's too difficult. So my writing is really different from my speaking. So it's I haven't acquired a reasonable way of kind of like writing stuff. My writing is incredibly esoteric. Like I write at almost my highest level when I'm writing. So I haven't really practiced writing at a more conventional level, like a level that would be appropriate. If you're talking about like writing a blog to share, there are some examples of it. Like I attempted to write something. here and there, but that didn't really work out. So for example, let me the people who knows that my writing is pretty it's very here, let me read something for you. Yeah, my writing is not for the... So, for example, I used to write like little bits of thoughts to myself. It's kind of like a... I don't know. It's a little bit self-serving, so I keep it personal on like a Discord or something, right? So I decide to try to write this every once in a while, but it kind of fall by the wayside, like shower thoughts. So, for example, yeah, these are shower thoughts. I'll give you a shower thought, okay? Here goes. Yeah, it's here we go. So, this was a comment that I thought to myself back in, it's over a year ago. And it's not meant for personal advice or anything. It's just ruminations, like shower thoughts. So, ego and empathy are relational and represent a state of mind, not necessarily a form of action. While ego focuses inwardly, empathy focuses outwardly. Without the self-awareness practice of both, one would inevitably fail to appreciate and apply either. Yet, ego, the embodiment of self-esteem and self-importance, is stigmatized and dwarfed by the overwhelming support for empathy, the ability to understand and share feelings with others. When in reality, ego is debatably necessary to develop empathy, and vice versa. Empathizing with someone's struggle or opinions by framing their thoughts around their own personal experience represents an egotistical frame of mind. Meanwhile, the ego may contribute to the self-care that enables oneself the liberty to seek interpersonal inspiration and help. And at the end, I try to do like a quote thing. Yes, you are egotistical when you are looking for self-affirmation from others, as well as when you present yourself as a representative of a large group regardless of intent. So, did that mean anything? When I'm reading this, even myself, I have a hard time, well, paraphrasing it. The point is balance. Yeah, one of the points is balance. So one of the main points here is one cannot be truly egotistical as well as completely empathetic. There is supporting the ego allows one to be empathetic, and being empathetic allows one to be egotistical, right? So if you think that in an idealized world, one can be entirely benevolent and still not be selfish, that is a paradox. So for example, when you're offering to help someone, it is both egotistical and compassionate. So when you're being kind, it doesn't mean you're not being selfish. So oftentimes this happens a lot, where like someone says, I'm offering advice, I'm only trying to help, but it was rude advice and it was egotistical. Like you were offering advice based on your own selfish experiences and projection. You can be kind, but it is also selfish. It's not like independent. Like a human being doesn't simply act out of complete true altruism. It's kind of like the existential, like the philosophy of is there such thing as true altruism? Like if there is such thing as true altruism, then being kind is sufficient for being rude, for being genuine, for being like asinine or kicking someone over. It's like, oh, I'm only helping you. Kicks the person over because you're a failure. It's like, hey, dude, you're a failure. I'm just being kind. I'm telling you the truth. I'm just being kind. That doesn't mean you're not being selfish. So all of that jibber jabber, which I'm like Yap Nation when I'm writing, it could have been explained the way I just explained it, as opposed to like some dribble. So I do write funny dribble to myself because I like writing weird. I like writing weirdly. So my YouTube comments, like my YouTube responses, are also like, it meanders between excessive monologuing to yeah bro kind of thing. So it kind of like meanders. So my blog, if I were to have a blog, it would be incredibly esoteric, and I don't have time for that, obviously. At least I'm already doing a lot of unpopular things already. I think this one would take the cake. Like here's one, my most recent one, which was also a year ago, by the way. I'll read one more for the sake of funsies. While more like a Twitter post thread. Yeah, it's more like a Twitter post thread, basically. It's meandering and pompous and egotistical that I keep to myself or to the Discord. These are in the Discord. So, but I stopped writing them because I have so many other things to engage in now, right? So here's one. While facts take many superfluous terms such as data, stats, and evidence, they are certainly immutable in totality. Totality being the key word. Factual omniscience is debatably improbable, even for the human collective, let alone an individual. Awareness of this reality breeds humility and due diligence on the interpretation of what limited facts we have as a collective. Facts don't lie, but they are rarely comprehensive, and the interpretation of them can be inaccurate. So it was a shower thought because someone told me like things, which still happens to this day, by the way. When someone says, oh yeah, the facts are, no one learns a language from Duolingo. That's the facts. Don't hate me. I'm just a messenger. And I'm like, yeah. Right? While it's immutable that there are people who don't learn anything from Duolingo, the interpretation of that data is the person suggesting an idea. So this person's interpretation is that Duolingo is useless. The facts, sure, it's immutable if they say there are people who don't learn anything from Duolingo. That is immutable. That is the facts, right? But it is not comprehensive. If our world, the whole entirety of the human race, cannot even begin to explain how someone learns with a consensus, what are the chances that an individual thinks that they know enough facts to be able to predict an outcome? Facts are still facts. How you interpret them is most definitely not omniscient. I don't think I've been in science long enough to even feel comfortable stating anything in which it is absolutely immutable. And that's working in a profession that deals with facts or attempts to deal with facts. So that's probably my way to explain it, but it's lots of dribble. I like using fancy English when I'm writing. So I don't want to post any of the stuff that I typically write publicly because it's for fun. Like, I wouldn't take myself seriously as well. I like practicing like words and English words because it's kind of like writing poetry, right? How do you sound excessively esoteric in order to practice English? So my sentences are like incredibly, it needs a subordinate clause, it needs to have at least 2 compounded independent clauses, and then it has to integrate like in ellipses into like a quotation, into like a interjection. Like it's excessively difficult to read, and I would be a terrible blogger. So maybe not necessarily like a Twitter post manifest. At least people who post on Twitter get the general idea. But I think most of the time the things I write, likely the idea is lost somewhere in it. It's kind of like trying to read some of the novels that I enjoyed back in. I still have trouble reading to this day, but I kind of admire how they turn someone like an English language into something where you can read all the words, but you can't understand the meaning, right? And that's kind of how I write, and it's not for consumption. So, thank you for asking, by the way. I do write. I just don't share what I write very often. It's kind of like a closeted hobby. Maybe I'll try it. I don't know. I always thought of when I go back to learning English, maybe we'll do a stream where we talk about English. I talk about English a lot when I'm learning Japanese anyways. Things like if someone gives me a sentence, right? Let's do this just for fun before we swap over. Wow, today has been great. It's kind of like a digression day. So let's say, like, give me a sentence, right? I'll just take what Amiya said recently. It's just scribbles sometimes, right? I would say something like say something like, my writing may be occasionally, not occasionally, sporadically varied in quality. Although I guess when they were emphasizing scribble, they might be talking about like seeing it, right? Seeing it. So instead of quality, we can say something like legibility. Right? My writing may sporadically vary in legibility, as opposed to say it's just scribbles sometimes. Or sometimes I get a little bit like jabby, and someone would say something like this is useless, right? This is useless. So how do you tell someone that this is useless, but not necessarily like be all up in their face? Well, you may find this disagreeable. However, one may find, I don't know, whatever this is, that ineffective. Right? So how do you make "this is useless" approachable? Well, you may find this disagreeable. However, one may find that inefficient or ineffective. Right? Things like this. This is the you went from "this is useless," 3 words, in the indicative, to a consensus, like, hey, you may find this, as opposed to you will find this. So this is subjunctive. So it's in the subjunctive. So there's a chance you may find this disagreeable. And it's in the affirmative, not in the double negative as well. Another common, in my opinion, another common mistake, or not a mistake, but more direct form of thing would be like, you will find this disagreeable, right? Or you use a double negative. Most people would use a double negative where they're like, you won't be happy, or like you won't oh no, I can't do this as a double negative. What happens is they don't use may, basically, and then they will use a more negative word, like oh, I got it. Sorry. Don't hate me, but that doesn't work. So that would be something that happens more often. Don't hate me. In the indicative, it is inwardly focused. So like, don't hate the messenger. Bruh. I'm only telling you the facts. Bruh. Don't hate me. It's not my problem. I'm just telling you the facts. Not only is it about you, right? The person that's speaking. Not only is it about you. You decided to use a double negative. So you framed everything in the negative. And then you exonerated yourself from any blame. So it's about you. And then you attack the person. So when I haven't done anything about like, I don't like, I'm not a person who goes around and like try to read comments and tell people how to talk. But tell people how to talk, I don't really derive a lot of a lot of satisfaction from that. However, when I read stuff, this is what I think about. So what is all of this telling me about the person? And then how do I connect with that? As in, if someone says, don't hate me, but that doesn't work, how do I go about it, right? The first thing I would do is probably not try to attack them with another direct attack. Like play their game, right? So I would probably try something like, oh, don't worry, like, you're offering advice. What is there to hate, right? You're trying to do it out of your kindness of your heart. So, quote unquote, you play to their ego, right? You play to their ego. However, there is some compassion here. That doesn't work. And then you ask them, why doesn't it work? Can you explain to me why it doesn't work? And you go from there. It's not someone you could say like, oh, I would disagree firmly and ask them to defend themselves. I would ask someone who say like who uses may, or other types of phrasing. So that's the level, in my opinion, that's the level of English that I am currently sitting at. It's not complicated words. Don't get me wrong. Complicated words are really, really fun. To be esoteric and for the sake of being esoteric. However, analyzing English diction is at the interface of psychology. So I like to test things. Like, is this guy, the person who says don't hate me, is it suggesting that this person is hated a lot? As in, like, when you say don't hate me as a preference, then it's indicating that there's a chance this person is worried about being hated. Because guess what? They probably experienced it a lot. So the question is, what does that tell me about that person? They're clearly concerned about hating them for being honest. Well, the question is, how are they being honest? And then they reveal their hand. That doesn't work. Well, when the shoe fits, right? Obviously, you'll get a lot of hate if you dictate and try to gaslight people. And then tell yourself that it's not rude, it's not inconsiderate, because, bruh, I'm just spilling facts. Like, you're not just spilling facts. You've made two subjective comments here. They're interpretations. I'm very informal in typing unless I need to be formal, but my essays are well thought out and as formal, knowledgeable as possible. Yeah, that's probably a great example. So, I feel like doing this will get a lot of flack and whatnot, and I don't want to be that kind of person. I'm not a person who makes... I don't want to be a person who makes people worry about what they type all the time. I usually like to be encouraging. Don't... be able to express yourself, but also know what consequences come with it, right? Like, for example... just a little bit example. Someone says, I don't understand why everyone around me is so toxic, for example. And they're specifically referring to like a recent friendship break, right? And I needed to understand where this person's coming from. So, I asked him a few questions, very big questions that allow a lot of information. Like, what do you think broke the friendship? Right? And it took about 5 sentences. They explained 5 separate reasons in 5 separate sentences. This is not something made up. So I kind of remember this pretty... All 5 of them deal with how their friends are incompetent. You don't have to answer or provide advice, honestly. Oftentimes, like Socrates, right? If you ask the appropriate questions and you understand the diction of the people, you can ask appropriate questions that can lead to things answering themselves. And then now, what do you do with that information? My response would be like, well, it seems like those aren't the right friends, right? Those aren't the right friends. Friends for you. However, I want to make note that, do you feel that you may have contributed, right? Is there a chance that you may have contributed something to this? Because what I clearly hear is, I don't understand why you were friends in the first place. Right? Based on what this person said, how did you guys become friends in the first place? And has that changed? Because ultimately, if they were this bad, what can you do? What can the person do to prevent this from happening again? Right? So you're trying your best to synthesize the information. They offer like 5 things that they don't like about their friends, and the idea is to synthesize that information and offer ways to like, hey, well, there are ways to kind of tell if these things happen, right? Have you considered trying to do that? And in the future, then the idea is you're trying to help this person not end up in a situation that they can clearly express, right? That's kind of the idea, right? So then they own the idea. You don't own the idea. And that's far more powerful than prescribing something to them, right? It's based on their ideas and their context. So even when you're offering unsolicited advice per se, it can be framed in something that's relevant to the person you're talking about. How is this selfish on my part? Helping this person makes me feel good. So back to that little like dribble I was talking about, it's still selfish in some sense because I want to help this person. It makes me feel good when I succeed. So even if it's compassionate, so it's kind of a mix of both, just to integrate some other stuff. So this is how you solve problems, in my opinion. Like someone who is around lots of problems, who are around a lot of people, humbly, I'm saying humbly, I might know a thing or two about how to resolve conflicts, especially with oneself. Oftentimes, lots of these are conflicts with oneself, as opposed to the other way around. And then I would probably go and add a little bit. I would probably try to boost their self-awareness. And the self-awareness is something like, do you think your friends are like you? As in, do you feel like friends are the same? Like, do friends trust each other because they're the same? And sometimes they say yes or no. If they say yes, I would say something like, well, if you guys are similar, what do you think how your friends feel when they are breaking up? If they're similar to you, do you think your friends think you're incompetent and not understanding and solo player? It doesn't work well in a team. So the idea is to boost the self-awareness that oftentimes when you incentivize to be reasonable or something, there's a natural inclination that your friends are probably also reasonable. There's a lot of self-awareness that goes around to observing the people around you. Because oftentimes when you're self-serving and deflecting and miserable and depressed, oftentimes if you did manage to make friends, they are often also that in a compromised way, right? So sometimes it can take some perspective without ever introducing any new information. Like I'm not introducing any new information that isn't already apparent to that person, at least. Let's just give an example. I don't know where this idea was coming from. Oh, it's about English. It's about language. Somehow. But yeah, that's something. The people who start negative maybe haven't had enough encouragement, or maybe someone put them down for the same time. Exactly. So oftentimes, some people would say like, oh no, you only care about being right and stuff. It's like, no, I'm only concerned about where's this coming from? Why are you so angry? And then they're the ones that tell me I'm angry, right? So then I try something else, because that would be gaslighting. And if you gaslight a gaslighter, you just get into this into this tug and pull. It's like, no, you're being insensitive. No, you're being insensitive. Or no, you're the double standard. No, you started first. So then it becomes like this really pointing blame game. The idea is to try to get access to how to make them feel less attacked, or like something. And my last engagement with this type of situation went really far south because I was being sarcastic, and that sarcasm was possibly unwarranted. And that was the last straw for that person already. So it was like a sun going supernova. You can't stop it. Right. Okay. I really got to put in some Mandarin time. This was so good. It's hard to, I'm not gonna, like, it's hard to partition this video, so it's just gonna be some fun topical stuff, all related. Okay, so I'm gonna end this like Japanese portion. So I don't know if anyone was interested in Japanese. There was not much Japanese learning in this session, but it's the end of day 121, guys. If you're here for that, thanks for chilling. Thanks for hanging out, talking about philosophy here. And then, yeah, for all the people who are going to watch this later, I don't know how many people actually watch this stuff. So, thanks for watching. As always, for all the Japanese learners, mata ne, ja ne, mata shita. I'm going to go get up, stretch a little, maybe get a beverage. Or like a different beverage. Maybe fill my water. And I'll be back for some Mandarin. Alright. Thanks again.